Good morning. We're going to start now. Before we start officially, just wanted to say that the members, you will notice a new format for testimony submitted by the administration that is more than clear and efficient. This format replaces the traditional narrative style of testimony with a more direct description of prior spending, concise explanations of budget adjustments and funding requests with a breakdown by spending categories. This new budget testimony format is not just to benefit members of council and their staff, but also the public, who we encourage to participate in the annual budget process for the city of Philadelphia, whether in person or on Comcast 64 or the city council's website. I would like to thank council staff and administration staff for collaborating on this new, more efficient budget testimony format. It says this was done at council staff's request. So additionally, I would like to thank the administration for cooperating with this request. In other words, they did it in spite of the council members. And I want to thank them so much for their great work. Today, the OIT testimony is canceled, and the department head had emergency business, so we will reschedule that particular department. Okay, we'll get official. It's a public hearing on the Committee of the Whole regarding bills number 140, 144, 140, 145, and 140, 146, and resolution number 140, 159. I would ask Ms. Lewis to please read the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Bill number 140144, an ordinance to adopt the capital program for the six fiscal years of 2015 to 2020 inclusive. Bill number 140145, an ordinance to adopt the fiscal 2015 capital budget. Bill number 140146, an ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2015. And resolution number 140159, providing for the approval by the Council of the City of Philadelphia of a revised five-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia covering fiscal years 2015 through 2019 and incorporating proposed changes with respect to the fiscal year 2014, which is to be submitted by the mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority, the authority pursuant to the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement authorized by an ordinance of this council approved by the mayor on January 3rd, 1992, bill number 1563-A, by and between the city and the authority.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Today we continue the public hearing in the Committee of the Whole to consider various bills read by Ms. Lewis that constitute proposed operating and capital spending measures for fiscal 2015, a capital program, and a forward-looking capital plan for fiscal year 2015 through fiscal 2020. We will hear testimony from the administration on department proposed spending. Today we have the Mayor's Office, Mayor's Office of Community Services, OECD, Mural Arts, the Managing Director's Office, and Procurement. We'd ask that the administration please come forward.
Good morning.
Morning.
Council President Clark, members of City Council. I am Everett Gillison, Chief of Staff in the Office of the Mayor. On behalf of Mayor Michael Nutter, I'm pleased to provide testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2015 operating budget. The role of the Mayor's Office is to provide the necessary leadership, direction, and support to departments so they may achieve success in their key area of focus. The 2015 budget, as proposed, provides the necessary funding for the Mayor's Office to accomplish these objectives. 2015 proposed general fund budget is $5,391,881. The fiscal 2015 general fund budget, as proposed, includes $4,151,380 in Class 100 funds to provide compensation for 46 full-time employees and one part-time employee. This is a decrease of one full-time position for fiscal year 2014. As of December 31st, 2013, the Mayor's Office employed 42 people full-time. 29 of these employees were women and 13 were men. 23 of the people employed full-time by our office are minorities. The requested fiscal 15 budget also includes $990,336 in Class 200 $50,165 in Class 3 and 400, and $200,000 in Class 500, which is for scholarships, for the total general fund budget of $5,391,881. The Mayor's Office Scholarship Program, which is funded at $200,000, allows qualified Philadelphia students to attend classes at area colleges and universities and is being level funded. I am pleased to report that during fiscal 14, we provided 200 college students with scholarships of $1,000 to 23 area colleges and universities. The Mayor's Office is committed to supporting the administration's goal of 30% minority, women, and disabled-owned business participation in city contracting. The participation rate for the contracts paid out of the Mayor's Office was 13% in fiscal 9, 18% in fiscal 10, 16% in fiscal 11, 26% in fiscal 12, 26% in fiscal 13. For fiscal 14, the Mayor's Office anticipates spending $586,000 on contracting. Of this amount, $308,860, or 53%, was paid to an MWDSBE firm, and project a participation rate of at least 40% in fiscal 15. You will be hearing testimony from additional departments in the Mayor's Office later today. The Mayor's Office of Community Empowerment and Opportunity will give testimony as to how their agency helps move vulnerable Philadelphians towards self-sufficiency. It is critical that Philadelphia's policies, programs, and partnerships in the area of education, health, and human services, housing, economic development, workforce development, and criminal justice are well coordinated to embrace the common principles designed to create opportunities to advance the poor. The Mayor's Office has increased its focus on ensuring that low-income and poor Philadelphians are served to the best of our capabilities. CEO will continue to play a role in this critical work. The Office of Housing and Community Development and the Mural Arts will also present their fiscal 15 operating budget request later today. I want to thank you for your support, and I appreciate this opportunity to provide testimony regarding the Mayor's proposed fiscal 15 operating budget. I'll be happy to answer any questions the council may have regarding my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Gilligan. Page 17 of details the $426,000 proposed for FY15 to be spent on lobbying services, which appears to be $40,000 more than last year. Can you talk to me about which firms you anticipate hiring for lobbying, and I guess one of the key components of the lobbying efforts hopefully will be for extension of sales tax to accommodate school district and pension issues?
Yes. If I just may have a moment. I believe that the lobbying part is on page... Yes, the lobbying services, Willoper Associates, Wojak is no longer being held. The Kenzer Group, the Holland and Knight, Gray, Loeffler are the main lobby firms that we've retained after doing an RFP. And they will be assisting us in our efforts to get the proposed changes in Harrisburg, and also to seek some additional changes in Washington.
Is there, I'm assuming there is a document that lays out the scope of services
Yes.
for those various firms
Would
and
you like to?
the location, because I'm assuming there's some federal issues that we need lobbyists for. So if you
Yes.
could just provide that to the chair, we'll make sure all members get it.
I'll be glad to do that.
Helpful for us. In your testimony at page 3, you talk about the Mayor's Office increases focus on ensuring low-income and poor Philadelphians are served to the best of our capabilities, and I want to say I really appreciate that, representing a district that has a significant amount of residents that have real challenges. Has the administration, I know it's early in the process, taken a position on the City Council's legislation, also known as Income Inequality Initiative, i.e. Low-wage earner tax reduction program?
I don't believe that we have just yet. I know that we are still doing some background and also fleshing out some of the details, but as soon as we will, I'm sure that there'll be a conversation between you and the mayor that will reflect that information.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to actually turn it over to Councilman Jones now. Mr. Gill, can you pull the mic a little closer to us?
Closer.
Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was very disappointed OIT decided not to be here today. I had a few questions I wanted to ask them. But in light of that, we should have a shorter day, Mr. President. But I wanted to ask a couple of questions related to education, since that's, to me, going to be one of the elephants in the room this year. Generally, a couple of things. One, several years ago, we signed a memorandum of understanding between the trades and the school district to try to get more students into apprenticeship programs. Similarly, on the same note, we've, through the drop program and other attrition, realized that critical skill positions were actually phasing out in some of our departments, whether we talk about the streets department, L&I, PGW, and others. A lot of the critical skills portions, people were retiring. And what we wanted to do on a succession planning was, in addition to other things like recruiting talent from outside of the city, but to look internally into the school district to see if trades programs could be connected to get ditch diggers, pipe welders into the streets department, L&I gas works. And I wanted to know how that was working.
Good morning.
Good
Lori
morning.
Shore, Chief Education Officer. The work with what is now referred to as career and technical education at the school district got a very big boost last year with an influx of funding from a private source.
Middleton
The
family?
Middleton family, that's right, to really get the CTE programs in better shape, to make sure that principals are certified, CTE instructors, and when the district's here, you should ask them more in depth about that, and I'll let them know that that's a concern of yours. In terms of the memorandum of understanding that was signed off, I don't know, Councilman, was it 7 years ago? It's been a while.
It's 6 years ago.
6 years ago. I would also suggest that the school district come prepared to talk about how that has unfolded and what the outcomes of that are. I don't know the details on that.
Okay, just as a heads up, this is the First Valley. A lot of these questions actually come back around with the individual departments.
Yeah.
But I wanted you to know that, we signed that MOU 6 years ago. We talked about how we were going to matriculate some of our young folk up in one of my schools, Randolph. I had an opportunity to take a walk through. In particular, their welding department had a group of young men that couldn't be any more urban, and they were learning how to read blueprints, this kind of stuff. It seems to me that there's a natural matriculation into some of our departments where we have skills that are needed and can't be filled. One of the reasons why it's attractive to go to school, the private sector offers higher wage rates.
Yep.
But if we get them right off of the vine out of high school, we might be able to keep them in because of the benefit packages that some of the city departments offer. So I want to take a look at that. While I have you up here, the mayor recently announced launching an online literacy program in classrooms, particularly in 6 jails. And I wanted to know how that was working and how we're proceeding with that.
Are you referring to the Mayor's Commission on Literacy, the work that they're doing, the online? We're going to be, I think, the first online
Correct.
cohort program in the country. So it just was
It just
launched. And I don't know if you know the prison part. if you wanna speak to that.
We are now working through the technical so that we'll be able to have them have it accessed at the prison so that they'll be able to deal with it. We have employed a person, and when she left, we were able to get even tighter with the Mayor's Commission on Literacy to help the literacy components at the prison get even better. So we've been emphasizing literacy in the prisons for the past at least 4 to 5 years, and now by going online, we think we'll be able to get even broader scope and broader connection to individuals who happen to be up on State Road.
So I'm on a theme of education here, and I'll stop with this question. Adult career education, My Place, programs like that, how is the synergy between these programs being linked together? And are there going to be locations in the community, whether it's libraries, rec centers, or other places, that we can kind of take advantage of all these programs in a regional approach, whether it's the 7th District, 8th District, 9th, or as importantly, the 4th District? We won't skip the 6th either, but I'm saying, how are we going to get this out into locations within the community?
Well, I think the Mayor's Commission on Literacy has the relationships between the computer centers that have been set up around the city, as well. There's somebody from, obviously from libraries that sits there, from Recreation on the Mayor's Commission on Literacy, to make sure that these programs can get rolled out in the places that, so folks have the most access to them. And if there's places of particular concern to you, if you can let me know and I can get that feedback to the Mayor's
Always the 4th, but other than the 4th. And so this is the coaching campaign as well? So you have all these programs, is my
Yep.
point is. And are they easily accessible to constituents of ours? So we'd like, if
Yes.
you could provide to the chair, and with enough time for the literacy folks to give us a list of locations.
Okay.
So that if nothing else, we know about it.
Yep.
But as importantly, we can publicize it to constituencies that need these services. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll wait until the next round for further questions, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman O.
Oh, thank you very much, Council President. I just have one question. I was looking at the data, and the makeup of the mayor's office, you know, it has no Asian American employees, either staff or executive.
I believe that's correct.
Yes. It didn't last year, and I don't think it did the year before. And I'm just noting that it's, you know, it's just, I just noticed that, that's all, for whatever that is worth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Councilman Heenan.
Wait, that was quick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning.
Good morning.
In the submitted budget for the mayor's office, you had 95 part-time positions that were included, and 45 are being eliminated. One, what are the 95? What were they intended for on a part-time basis, and why are they being eliminated?
I will have to, that's actually one that I did not prep, because I don't remember, was it 95? I'll have to get back to you
If
on
you
that.
could just provide it,
I
Mr.
will,
Chair.
because I believe that, I don't want to misstate where I believe that they were working.
And you, on staffing, on the lines of staffing,
Yes.
You have 5 vacant positions, and they plan on being filled?
That's correct.
Is there specific roles,
There are,
intentions for those positions?
there are at least 2 that we're considering. I mean, obviously, we have the cultural office is something we've been working on for the past couple of months to fill, and we will fill. The deputy in the cultural office will be filled, and there is a press position that I believe we'll be filling as well. Those are the ones that jump to mind because we've been going back and forth on candidates.
Right. And the reason why I ask is that, so last year there were 5 positions, and this year as well, same, I don't know if they're the same positions, if there was
No, they're
something,
just-
you know, some sort of rollout or some sort of targeted, you know, agenda or program.
Usually,
the mayor's office is.
usually what happens is that people have actually left the office, and I'm either consolidating positions, or I am giving additional information and/or title responsibility to someone else. So we try to keep the office at the same level each time, but I try to expand on the responsibilities given to different people.
I'm going to put my dibs in if they don't get filled for the newly created Office of Manufacturing.
Okay.
All right, so I'm just
Okay.
going to throw that out there.
Not a
If you have-
problem.
If you have some vacancies, I think it will be great. And it actually fits kind of into the Jobs Commission that our council president has established with a lot of partners, and Councilman Good, participates regularly on, and as well as some of the lines of questioning that Majority Leader was just talking about with the CTE training and work placement. And I could say the Majority Leader, not the crosstalk, but I think the partnership that the building trades have had with the school district, again, I don't know the numbers, have been pretty outstanding. I mean, the agreed upon range of public education, kids that are going through our school system, and entering into the trades has far exceeded it, and to the tune of 3 digits, a couple 100% greater than anticipated. So I'm very proud of the building trades and the school district's partnership. So on the lines of work, the project labor agreements that the city has implemented in the city of Philadelphia with its procurement and some of the, how is that? Has there been any benchmarking on, how many projects we have a PLA on, and have you, in addition to the benchmarks, have you made it a discretionary decision to implement a PLA in some of its procurements under the $5 million mark?
We have, I think there's been one that has been under the $5 million mark, but I think there's been others that I've reviewed. I can only think of, I will provide the exact amount to the chair. There haven't been that many that have actually made it all the way through the process, but I believe some thinking like under 10 have come through to be reviewed, and I think most of them have actually been PLAs, have been approved.
And as we see an uptick in our capital investment and the
That's what we're hoping for.
and some of our revenues increasing over the years with the economy getting better, hopefully, we'll have some more projects in the lines, and, we'll have a better opportunity when procurement steps up.
From your lips to God's ears, we're all hoping for the economy to come around and to put more people to work, and those agreements actually help us really secure a way forward on
And at least being
projects.
prepared for the economy.
Absolutely.
When it comes around, we're in place to put, local Philadelphians to work, and, with the vision of our diversity plan. So I'll sign, can I keep going? Okay, good. So on the lines of our professional services, class 200 with our lobbyists, I don't want to, we've seen an uptick in the lobbying from 2013, 14, and 15 in the great, do you know what that is? Would that be also provided to the chair, or can you just
I can.
speak generally to why, such a great increase over the last 2 years or year and a half?
Well, the information that is in the area is actually because when we brought all of the functions together for the mayor's office that were in disparate matters, if you recall last year, we put it and consolidated it all together. We brought along various contracts that would have been spent in other areas. So I don't know that there's been really a net increase by all that much money. I can see that on page 17, as the council president had pointed out, most of our contracts have been level funded. The Wojak and Associates in fiscal 13 was at $120,000, and that money actually was shifted to the Kinzer Group. Howland and Knight was $100,000, and it's the same $100,000 going forward. We've tried to keep the lobbying amounts which is our professional services area, pretty much level funded as much as possible. There have been other things that have been placed in between grant writing, language access, and those kinds of things. But for lobbying in and of itself, I don't think that we've actually expended more money year over the year, although I don't have fiscal 11 and before me, nor fiscal 12. So I'll get that and provide it to the chair.
Yeah, that'll be fine, and, you just take a look at it, and it's not, not trying to look for anything, needle in a haystack, but it all kind of comes together when you see an increase in printing, from 1 point, whatever, up to 15,000, almost 1,500 up to $15,000. There seems, there's something happening, with especially when you're trying to fill some jobs and everything like that, and I'm sure it's all positive. If you could just, just making a note of it.
I will.
That's all. There's no request necessary there, just making a note of it. What is a graduation coach?
I'll let Lori define that.
Hi, Lori Shore, Chief Education Officer. Our first year in office, when we talked about increasing the graduation rate, and I should say that the graduation rate, despite everything that's happening, has gone up from 53% when we took office. It's 64 now. So I think you hear all of what's happening at the district, and people forget that there are some things that are happening there that are good. And I think part of it is a real focus on making sure people understand that graduating from high school, and for many people going on to graduate from college, is very important economically to the city. So one of the things, folks were coming up to us and saying, what can we do to help out in getting the graduation rate up? I don't work at a big law firm, or I don't have a foundation to give money. And we also heard from many people that they wanted their kids to do better than they did in terms of their high school completion rate. So we started a program called the Graduation Coaches Campaign, in which we basically go out and in the community and train adults who have children in their lives who are off track to graduation, around all the things that a student needs to do in high school to be successful. What courses do you need to take, and I can send you the materials if you'd like on what we do. We have a handbook. So for folks who have been in communities and families where there's been a lot of educational success, there's a lot of things that you know just by osmosis. But if you're in a part of the city where there's, and we can look at that on the map, where there's not a lot of educational success, there's actually some things people need to be trained on, and so we do that. And let me find the numbers here for you, how many folks we've trained since we've been in office.
And I think that's extremely important. Is this on the heels of, I would say, maybe supplementing the budget, the ongoing budget cuts with our school district, with the lack of guidance counselors? Like every
Right.
school should have a guidance counselor, because at a certain point, a guidance counselor is critical
Right.
to the success of our students.
Right, especially if you don't have folks at home who can tell you should be taking the SATs. Have you filled out your financial aid form yet? Are you getting a summer internship? What are you doing this summer? I mean, the things that counselors have done in the schools, which we don't have as many counselors as we did, graduation coach campaign, what we do is we train other adults in students' lives to know those things. And so we have a website, and we have videos, and we have a handbook.
It
and
can be complicated, especially when not everybody has access to the internet.
And we have trained 6,000 coaches by running almost 500 workshops.
Now, are you targeting schools that do not have a guidance counselor, or how are you working in coordination with the school district?
So the Graduation Coaches Campaign is focusing on non-school environments. So we work through recreation centers and through churches and through other nonprofits, and places where students and parents are that aren't necessarily in schools. This year, for the first time, we've been doing a little bit more with schools because of the counselors being cut. But the whole idea of the campaign was to try to take advantage of that space where there were no professionals to give guidance.
All right, so in your handbook that you're going to provide for the chair, I'm interested in taking a look at that. It has the methodology on how you're targeting
I don't think the handbook
parents.
does, but I can get that to you, because the handbook is really a user, it's for, you know,
Somebody you already have.
Yeah,
Right? So
yeah.
here you go. We've made contact with an adult who's responsible for a kid and making sure that they have the tools and are guided in the right direction for
Yeah. And we did
for their success. Right?
within the last 6 months, we did a meeting up here for city council staff and members on graduation coaches, Philly Goes to College, Campus Philly, and Graduate Philly, on these sort of suite of services we have to help people be more knowledgeable about what it takes to be educationally successful in the city. So I'm not sure whether one of your staff members came or not. We've passed all of that out then, but we can send it to you as well.
I probably have it. I'm going to say my staff is pretty good, but thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
So I'm on the Heenan clock. No, I'm joking, I'm joking. I just want his clock, Mr. President. So, couple of things, and what, you might as well come on back up, since we're on that subject. So on graduation coaching, for example, how many coaches talk to young people in the 4th Councilmanic District, or if you don't keep the information that way, at Overbrook High School?
Yeah. What we can do is give you where we've had, I don't know if we get their zip codes by where they live, but we know where we did the workshop. So we can tell you in your Councilmanic District where we did workshops.
So where'd you do workshops in my district?
I don't know that off of the top of my head. I don't have it in front of me, but I can get it to you.
And I say that because these kinds of good programs
Yep.
can be better if we publicize them, particularly where they're needed.
Yep.
For me, in my district, Overbrook High School is ground zero. If I fix Overbrook High School, I fix a whole generation of students in that area. So if the principal doesn't know about it, or even, God forbid, the councilman doesn't know about it, to be able to direct young people there, if a tree falls in the
Right.
woods and no one hears, was there a sound? So
Well,
I
I
got
think-
that out of public school.
That's exactly why we came up to do to sit down with your staff and some of the council folks to say, we need your help getting the information out to people, because we can come out and do these workshops. We do always need help with getting the connections.
See, in light of the fact that we're dealing with budget priorities in the school district where we don't have enough counselors, this is the kind of augmentation that might be helpful. We need to better
Yeah.
coordinate that. We need to fix the school district budget so we can have counselors, but in the meantime, a generation of young people that may need that kind of guidance gets it. And so we'd like you to...
We look forward to working in coordination with you going forward, and let us know where we can show up, where we can do the workshops, and we'll be there.
And conversely, you'll give the information to Council President
Will
on
do.
where they are and where they're going in the future. So
Yep.
that
And
people
like I
can-
said, this was not originally designed as a program to work in schools. This was originally designed as a program to work in communities, as a way of supplementing what was happening in schools. Given what's happened in the budget, we've had to, rethink how to deploy the sort of the resources that we have.
All right, so we have our homework assignment.
Yep. So I will
Yes.
get you a list of where the workshops were by zip code.
Were, and where they're going to be.
And where they're going to be.
So that we can get that to other
And if you
members.
can tell me where you'd like some, that would also be helpful.
And a list of the coaches that we might be able to direct young people to, particularly in the 4th.
Okay.
All right.
Why don't we-
And I know everywhere, but, all right, can I have the Mayor's Office of Civic Engagement and Volunteer Services?
Is-
Because they're a part of the campaign for coaching, coaches campaign, is that right?
Yes, sir, and I apologize. I've been in the office for about a month and a half, so if I'm shaking in my boots, it's because I haven't done this like my
That's no
seasoned
fun.
colleagues.
All right, never mind. No, I mean,
What's the question that you
Yeah,
have?
so the
Is
que- let me give you the
something that I can...
it's not funny. You come up already. So what we'd like to know is, I want to make sure that we are collaborating, once again,
Absolutely.
with other entities that also have the same kind of goal in mind.
Yes, sir,
To work
absolutely.
with young people. And I want to, why don't you give us a little more idea of what you and your office goals are so that we know how better to engage with you.
Absolutely. So, yes, my name is Pranshu Verma, and I'm the Deputy Director of National Service Programs at the Mayor's Office of Civic Engagement. So under our purview, we have Serve Philadelphia, which is the AmeriCorps Vista Corps, and that is a collection of about 16 AmeriCorps Vistas funded by the Corporation for National Community Service that are placed in departments all across the city to essentially work at the mayor's goals of increasing high school education rates, increasing environmental awareness, decreasing violence in neighborhoods, and community revitalization. And they're placed in such areas as the Mayor's Office of Education, the Mayor's Office of Community Empowerment and Economic Opportunity, and such places to basically build capacity and build programs that will outlast their tenure and solve some of these issues. We also have the PowerCorps PHL initiative, which is an initiative with the mayor and Governor Tom Corbett's office, and that is essentially an issue that is on environmental stewardship and youth workforce development, where we have a goal to engage 300 young adults aged 18 to 26 in 6 months of full-time service, and then offer them 3 months of intense job placement support. And we're currently recruiting about 100 young adults a year in 2 cohorts of 50 each. And we are partnering with DHS, the Youth Violence Reduction Partnership, RISE, Philadelphia Youth Network, and Youth Build to recruit those individuals into our program. And we have a goal to plant 3,000 trees, 3,000 acres of public land revitalization, having 18,000 residents educated about watershed prevention, and having 300 of those individuals who were previously disconnected from job opportunities into gainful employment with our job placement services.
So, because you're new,
Yeah, thank you.
if we're to transition from a nice byline in the budget or a glossy brochure,
Yes.
you always have to measure it. So the next time you come up,
Absolutely.
next year, God willing, we're going to want to know where,
Absolutely.
who, how, and why. And basically, particularly for me as a district council person, I want to know how many young people were serviced from my district and what trees were planted.
Sure,
when.
absolutely.
So those kinds of specifics transition you from, and as you'll see with MOPS, from a theoretical to a practical actual.
Absolutely. We'll get that
I'm
right
sorry,
away.
I called you MOPS. I didn't mean to do that. So those are the kinds of things we will look to you for the future. Also, if you're going to plan something in one of our districts, let us know.
Absolutely.
We can refer people to you for an activity of volunteerism. If you're going to plant some trees, listen, we'll come out and get dirty with you. So if that kind of communications happens between us, the end result, I'll be able to say, oh, I remember we did the park at so-and-so such and such. So those kinds of communications, even though you may well be doing good things, if it only happens within your sphere of communications, it's limited.
Absolutely.
So it's nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you, sir.
Look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you.
So when we have volunteers, we want to send you.
Perfect, and we'll make sure to communicate with all the council districts
where do we send
going
them to?
forward when we have events in your area and how we can kind of work on volunteer
So
placement and
if
recruitment.
there are people that are listening right now
Yes.
that say, you know what, I just retired from X, Y, and Z, and I want to give some time, where can
Actually, they can go to www.servephiladelphia.com, and from there, they have all of the volunteer opportunities that we have available in the city that we're recruiting for, and they can sign up there, and then we can contact them that way.
So here's my request. We want to really ramp up Town Watch
Okay.
for a number of different reasons. One particular, we've been working with Safe Avenues program, getting kids to and from school safely. We need people to stand on corners and not approach people, but to be our eyes and ears to be able to work with the law enforcement to keep these babies safe. So my specific request to you is any volunteers that you can get that are interested in joining Town Watch, we urgently
Absolutely.
could use them, particularly as it gets warmer
Yes.
and kids are getting out of school, standing on some of these corridors to try to get them through this process of summer without any fatalities.
Definitely. I'll
Right, so
definitely make that
that's
note,
the
and
kind
we'll
of
definitely talk with you.
volunteering
Absolutely.
we would like in the 4th District.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank
Mr.
you.
President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Greenlee, and as the board starts to heat up after Councilman Greenlee and Brown, we probably will have to go back on the 5-minute rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I won't be 5 minutes, I promise.
Thank you,
Could
sir.
we ask Ms. Shore to come up one more time, please? Sorry, we're giving you exercise there, sorry. But in the questions that came up with Councilman Heenan and Councilman Jones, I know you mentioned Graduate Philly and Philly Goes to College. They used to have a subsidy from the city, right? And
And
that's
we-
been cut out from what I understand?
No,
It is
hasn't.
not?
It's still in the city budget.
Okay, all right. We were told differently by them, but,
It has been reduced. Over
Reduced.
I think it was reduced slightly in maybe '08 or '09, when we had to do some budget cuts. So there was some reduction, I think, but they still get a substantial,
they still do?
yes,
Okay,
yes,
all
they
right.
definitely do.
Okay, all right.
Excuse me, Councilman, on that, excuse me,
Please.
I'll add your time.
I'm finished. Go ahead.
Yeah, on this particular issue, because I'm sure the councilman was told what I was told,
Yeah.
that there was actually a recommendation for an increase up to
Right.
900,000, and not only did the 900,000 not materialize in the document, the budget document, but the 600 plus that they're currently getting is no longer
No, that's
Is
not
that not
correct.
accurate?
It's definitely in the budget.
600?
So one gets 600 and one gets 400, and I can't remember which gets which. but
Okay,
it's-
so
in-
so they're misinformed.
There was miscommunication somewhere. I'm in pretty good contact
Okay.
with them, and after the mayor's budget address, and when we knew the mayor's budget, I met with them, and we went over what was happening.
Okay.
So I think that they know that they're level funded, that they did want an increase, and we wanted to increase them, but weren't able to.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask that this conversation gets deleted from the testimony so Councilman Greenlee can get credit for putting the money back in the budget. Since it's- Thank you. I'm sorry, Councilman, go ahead. Was that it?
Just add one thing to it?
Sure, Councilman.
I think there is a communication
Yeah,
problem,
it
because
sounds
that's
like
not
it.
what we're being told. Okay,
Yeah.
so I think we have to,
I can circle back with them, and we
Okay.
can circle back with you, so we're all on the same
okay,
page.
great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Reynolds Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to make a point of information, and that is to actually salute the Division of Education, Office of Education, for the partnership your office enjoyed with my office in bringing together 500 students out of the University of the Sciences, and how we were able to do it because of a team of folk around the table over 6 months. And we did it as a direct response to the fact that we now have one counselor to every 2,300 young people in our high schools.
Yes.
So it does work
Yeah.
when there's some level of coordination
And we appreciate
across
your leadership on that, and we're happy to help.
across boundaries. And so thank you for that. And we will be doing the same again next year at the University of the Sciences. We've already booked it for next March.
Great.
Okay? If I could please ask the gentleman to return that's been on board for 30 days.
Welcome to
Yes.
Good morning.
Good
Can I
morning.
hear your name again?
Pranshu Verma? Pranshu Verma, yes.
Okay, all right. I'll try to get that right.
No problem.
All right. I'm intrigued by the work of your office.
Yes.
And so wanting to know, with regards to the partnership efforts that I imagine you have a plan for the next year. Is that fair to say?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And so simply to underscore the comments Then more comments, not necessarily concerns raised by Councilman Jones, just so
Yes.
that the at-large members care as much about this as a district.
Absolutely.
And would be excited about knowing how we can get young people to be a part, to be volunteers on that end.
Okay. Are you asking for suggestions or?
Know the process for it, just send them.
So the main website that we use is servephiladelphia.com for recruiting of all volunteer opportunities. I think going forward, as Councilman Jones has said, is we're going to make sure to also engage each council district when we have an initiative in their area so we can get residents specifically from your district involved.
Okay.
That'll be what I will take to our office and our chief service officer to make sure we put into our strategic plan.
Okay.
So going forward, and both Katie Wolfgang, Julie Halengas, who's the deputy service officer, and I will make sure to have it known that while that process gets formalized, we will communicate with you if there's anything specific going to happen in your district. But until then, a general thing that you can do is give the website information to residents in your district.
Okay.
And they will find out, or at large, to any individual you come in contact with, servephiladelphia.com.
Okay. So with Earth Day upon us, you have any activities planned for Earth Day?
I believe Julia is here. I can ask her if she knows anything specific to Earth Day.
Let's come up to the table.
And that's Julia Halengas, Deputy Service Officer.
So,
State your name, please.
my name is Julia Langus. I'm the Deputy Service Officer with Project Vermont here. So Power Corps crews serve Monday through Friday, 40 hours a week, all throughout the year. A new group just started last Monday, and so they will be out serving in the parks on Earth Day, which is April 22nd already. And as soon as I have those locations sorted out, I can, again, share that with council.
Please.
We have reports from the last group of where they've served in the past 6 months, broken down by council district, and again, we'll share that out as soon as we can.
Okay. We would be quite interested in that
Great.
information. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
You can go. Deputy Mayor, Chief of Staff, we recently did hearings in reference to impersonators, uniformed intruders. I wanted to see from the Mayor's Commission on Service to Aging, how we are progressing with some of that. There was a campaign being designed on if you're not sure, what is it?
What's it called?
Be sure before you open the door, and that was going to happen. And wanted to see if there was an update on that.
I don't have that in front
Are
of
they
me,
here
Councilman,
today?
but let me see. Is there someone here from, no, do you have it? No, well, we'll actually, I'll forward that to you, Councilman.
That would be to the President of Council,
Yes, sorry, I'll forward it to the chair.
so that we serve this time wisely. How many seniors were protected from scams? Does your office work with the Senior Law Center, and how you interact with them, and how we are promoting an awareness campaign about this? So those would be good things
Okay.
for us to take a look at. Could I have, with the rest of my time, the Mayor's Office for Grants? How are you? Could you give me a sense of how we're doing by way of going out after philanthropic grants or government grants that are state or federal, and what we are targeting, what are the things we are targeting with those grants?
Sure. My name's Marty Porter. I'm the Chief Grants Officer for the City of Philadelphia. I work for the Mayor's Office and for the Finance Director as well. It's a great question. I think we're doing really well on the philanthropic and corporate grants. And we are really focusing on a whole range of different issues as well, and then I'll talk in a minute about that, And then we're also obviously focusing a lot on the federal money. I would say, however, that the broad landscape, just generally,
A little closer.
sorry,
Thank you.
on both federal, corporate and philanthropic and state grants, the money is dropping off. And that has been the case since the Great Recession, and it's actually continued to get worse since the stimulus funds, which I managed. That was a lot of injection of money, $270 million came into the city of Philadelphia, and that has really dropped off a cliff, to be honest.
So when you say really dropped off, give me a sense of...
Sure. So in FY14, and this is a little bit complicated, in FY14, in state and federal grants, the city brought in $631 million.
Repeat that.
$631 million.
Right.
And I'll have to get you that FY13 and 12. I just actually had a look. I don't have that here. But I know that that has been a decrease, and I'll get you those figures. And I will just another thing. Part of the landscape of the federal grants is changing. What you're looking at now is a gating process, so whereby you have to be gated to get eligible for future federal grants. So a great example is the Promise Zone in West Philadelphia. We were designated as a Promise Zone, yet that came with no money. You are gated, you have to go through a very kind of extensive process to get the designation. We were one of only 5 cities in the nation to get that. You know, a lot of attention was given to us, but that grant itself had no money attached to it. And now, but why we go for it is because it gates us for future federal opportunities, and we get extra preferential points. So there's about 27 federal grants where we'll be getting extra federal points, and that's why we went for it. Another example, there's a large advanced manufacturing grant which we're going for at the moment. If successful, it will designate Philadelphia as one of only 12 regional manufacturing hubs in the nation. It's very important, as the councilman knows, that we get this, and the councilman with his work on the Mayor's Advanced Manufacturing Task Force has positioned us for that. But the grant itself comes with no money. It gates you for future federal money. So why I say is that we are declining, but we're trying to set ourselves up to be positioned well. But unfortunately, this is the way that the federal government is working, and I have to say some philanthropies are also working in that direction as well.
So this is a question I'm going to also ask the Office of Housing and Community Development. President Clark came and his staff worked on an idea for affordable housing and identified, I think it was 1,500 properties that might be eligible for rental assistance.
It's now 2,000. We've upped it.
It's now 2,000. So my thought would be that if he's looking to do 4% rehab for rental, that your office might find a pool of federal money or a pool of private money or a pool of state money that might match that kind of innovative grant opportunity and figure out how to do a peanut butter and jelly mix. So again, you know, all good ideas, you know, a lot of good ideas come from the second floor. But every now and then, a good idea comes from the fourth floor that might be meritorious of doing a collaborative venture with. So what I'd like you to do is take a look at, have you read his proposal?
I have.
Okay. Are there things that come to mind that we might be eligible to pair up with?
Sure. So I'll say 2 things. The first thing is OHCD, as you know, are the experts in affordable housing. I am not. So I think I will leave that to Deborah McCulloch to exactly say kind of what streams of financing are good to collaborate on and leverage. The other point I will make is it's all about collaboration. It's all about leverage. You can't do it on your own. We can't do it on our own. We need the private sector, the public sector. We need a whole range of different agencies. And the other thing I'd say, it's all about place. The federal government do not have the resources to spread their money around all of Philadelphia. Unfortunately, that's just a harsh reality. So what they're asking us to do is prioritize place. Where are the places where we'll get a significant, for our investment, we'll get a good return? And so, again, I think working with the second floor and the fourth floor and helping to work with us on the particular places. So one place is the West Philadelphia Promise Zone, where we have shown to the federal government that's a good bet. that's a good place to put your investment because there are a whole range of institutions, the councilwoman, and a whole range of other players that are primed to move and are already moving. So I would say let's work together on place and then also work together on the specific strategies with OHCD about the different
So
financing
each
models.
individual council person put in legislation for particular places in their respective districts last Thursday. We'd like you to take a look at
Sure.
them and see how we compare that to other opportunities,
Absolutely.
whether empowerment zones, enterprise zones, whatever, but to come up with a menu of things that a business person or a resident might want to come in, or a developer might come in and be eligible for based on those kinds of things. So that kind of synergy gives us the proper information to really take a little bit of innovation and make it a big impact. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as a matter of fact, one of those particular designations of what we call opportunity zones is in Mantua, where the Promise Zone is currently designated. So I'm sure that there can be some opportunities for some grants or some NOFAs in that particular area, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you. And in your own district, the North Central Choice Implementation Plan, which we submitted to HUD, has just been shortlisted.
Correct.
So we'll be working with you on that one.
Correct. Thank you.
What is it, the disabled housing piece? Are we going to go after that?
I'm not sure. I don't have the information right
So
now. I
there's
think OHCD is the best people to
For
talk to about
example,
that.
there's a deadline of April 5th, so May 5th. So if you could take a look at that.
Sure.
To see if, I mean, we're getting cut by CDBG. So we have to really be creative, as you have been, in finding and identifying other sources or resources to do the same thing.
Correct.
So, for example, the deadline on that is May 5th. I'd be interested in seeing what you propose to do.
Okay, I'll talk to OHCD about that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Chair,
President.
thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for mentioning Mantua. We're really trying hard to do these things, and it's so difficult when you hear about programs, but it's hard to nail them down, and we appreciate council focusing on it as well. On another matter, we're dealing with Councilman Greenlee, too, on this graduate and Philadelphia and Campus Philly issue, so we're looking forward to hearing about that. I wonder if you would check, Mr. Gillison, about this ICE detainer signage on a new executive order. And,
Yes, we'll be doing that shortly. We're taking the information that we have learned, and the order has been drafted. We're going to have a review scheduled, and we should be doing something on that quite shortly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Are there any other questions or members of this witness? There being none, Ms. Gillison, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
45.
Mr. Gillison, hold on one second, please. Councilman O'Brien had a question.
Just have one general
sir.
question, and I'd like to congratulate your administration on creating focus deterrents in South Philadelphia and the wonderful results that are being obtained through that. Not only that, though, it's not limited to that. There are several other things we know the police department is employing that also can be responsible for the dramatic reduction in violent crime, especially homicides. In your budget submission, I believe the numbers are the same. Is there any, and there was a wonderful article that was in the paper today, is there any consideration given to the expansion of focus deterrence beyond the South Philadelphia experiment and the sustainability of not only the commitment on the law enforcement side, but for that social service commitment?
Thank you, Councilman. The focus deterrence, as you know, is one part of at least 4 different things that we're trying all at the same time by using the place-based strategies that we've employed for at least the past 6 years, one way or the other. Are we trying, I think the data and what we have learned about focus deterrence more than anything else is that the police department was ready to go in South Philadelphia. I think that I was told that there was an article today. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to read it this morning in my preparation for this. But I believe that you're aware of Brian Lentz and his work that he had with the assisting us with the district attorney and having the courts and having everyone ready. But the backbone to focus deterrence in South Philadelphia was old-fashioned police work that had been done and was just waiting to be used in a different way. We now need to figure out whether that will be successful in other areas of the city, and we'll have to make the same commitment for those kind of resources in the department in order to see if that would be able to be done. I don't know whether or not we're at that point to announce something like that yet. I think that we're still in the study phase, and the great thing is that what we're trying to do across the board is to get all of what we're doing to making sure that it is evidence-based and have the reviews. And I know Temple University is helping us in one area of North Philadelphia where we're trying to get that information done. So we'll be able to then have focus deterrence in South Philadelphia, what we're doing in North Philadelphia, what we plan to do in Southwest Philadelphia, and see what are the ways and means that we can kind of learn from the information that we're getting from each of these places, and then target those individuals that are doing the work. I think that's the general matter that we brought in, which was targeting our resources, since even though we didn't know we were going to be losing resources as quickly as we were, using the resources that we currently have in a targeted way, we'll have a bigger bang for the bucks that we're putting forward. I would like to see more dollars if that is something that we can prove will be sustainable as we go forward. But I think it's a little too early for me to make that commitment at this time, but I'm always looking to make the investments on public safety.
The article that you were referring to, I just found it myself. I didn't know it was in there. It was a letter to the editor from Brian Lentz and myself.
Okay.
And I believe that one way of furthering this, and I agree that it is a strategy that South Philadelphia was ready for, but the national data that has been collected over the last 20 years invites us to expand this strategy into other parts of the city. And one recommendation that I made when we had those hearings was to create an Office of Violence Reduction so that that office could coordinate the component parts that are necessary for another area of the city to develop that strategy, because I believe it might take 6 months to a year to develop all the component parts that are necessary, but I really believe it's worth it.
I understand. What I will tell you is that all of that goes through the Office of Public Safety that's here, that's part of our administration. Michael Resnick is the head of that office as the public safety director, obviously working closely with me and the chief and everyone else that's in public safety. So we have that coordination, and what we're trying to do now is make sure that we do the investment and due diligence. But I thank you for that, and which paper was it in? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We have a number of council members teed up. Was that for the next witness? Next witness. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gilliton.
Thank you.
Councilman Heenan?
Sorry, I'm
I got to get out fast.
a late addition. I just
Yeah,
have
you're
one
taking
quick
too
question.
long,
Late
sir.
I got to
addition
get out
for this.
faster.
And, we could talk about it a little more when, the individual departments, but from the Mayor's Office of Public Safety, I just need a quick question on the paramedics, the firefighters department. I see Mr. Resnick sitting over there. All I need, my question was, it was raised last week regarding their a potential new policy with paramedics and EMTs. Is the Office of Public Safety working with Local 22 right now and trying to come up with some sort of, long-term ability to make sure that the citizens of Philadelphia are getting the proper attention when it comes to first responders and our paramedics?
I can tell you that we have reached out to Local 22. We reached out in advance of the announcement. We reached out and had meetings with the president of Local 22. All of that was done to make sure that no one was caught off guard. And as we are beginning to roll out, I believe that we'll not only have a better public safety plan, but we'll bring a more equalized service delivery model going forward. Much that's the way it is in most other parts of the country. But yes, we are going to be doing that. We will continue to reach out, and I hope to be able to have at least a personal meeting myself with the President to make sure that I can hear any other specific issues that he might have as we go forward.
Well, reaching out is great out of respect and courtesy, but reaching out and saying this is going to be the policy, whether they agree with it or not, is entirely another thing. They've raised some questions with national standards when it comes to NFPA and the standards that are implemented across the country as models, as good models, with a trained first responder workforce, not just the firefighters, but here specifically with the paramedics. I'm hoping that as a result of last week's activities and public attention raised to this issue, I'm a little more informed on, from their perspective, with some of their concerns. So I'm hoping that the meetings that are going to be taking place soon, you can sit down and figure out how we move forward instead of just saying this is what we intend to do and we've reached out. I'd like to hear, we've reached out and we're working together to try to make sure that we have some national standards where the NFPA is actually applied and we have properly trained first responders when the call is made.
I believe that's what we're doing. I believe that was what we've always tried to do. And not only in reaching out, I've always tried to say the door not only is always open, I walk towards it. I know Director Resnick walks towards it, and we just have to be able to be at the same table at the same time in order to have that.
We all know where the door is.
That's right.
All right, we just got to walk through. We got to walk through it together. I think you have a new president that represents the firefighters and paramedics, and I think he is extremely bright. He's aggressive, and he's doing a great job for his members. So I'm hoping that dialogue continues in partners, for all of us, every citizen in the city of Philadelphia.
Well, thank you.
You bet. Thanks.
Hold on one second. No, seriously, one second.
Yes, Council President.
Real quick, to a degree, labor. With respects to the labor contracts, the outstanding labor contracts, what department, I'm not going to get into the nuts and bolts, what department is responsible for coordinating the actual negotiations? Is it the mayor's office or
Yes.
is it the law department?
No, we work in collaboration, but the mayor's office is responsible.
Okay, with that, can you just tell me quickly, briefly, the status of 33's negotiations / conversations?
We are waiting additional information from 33. I believe that the Mayor's Office on Labor Relations is waiting for some specifics, and I know that there has been some questions about the health care costs, and which is one of the central issues, as you know, about this, and we are trying to get additional information to verify certain things. So from where I sit, that's where we are at this point, and we're just going back and forth.
Okay, and what about the sick day work rule issue?
That is not, I can't really say too much about that publicly, but I can tell you that is really not the thing that's come up. That's the primary issue.
The health care, okay.
It's healthcare in general.
I know you can't get into specifics. Okay. All right, thank you. Hurry up, sir. Thank you,
Moving
Mr.
quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Gillis.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the Mayor's Office of Community Services. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Eva Gladstein. I'm Executive Director of a new organization, no longer called the Mayor's Office of Community Services.
Oh, okay.
The Mayor's Office of Community Empowerment and Opportunity, which we fondly call CEO. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And
Same mission, though, right? Is it the same mission?
well, actually a refocused, and I'll speak about the mission of the organization, but it's been refocused, although the emphasis is still on combating poverty in the city of Philadelphia. And with your permission, I would give a shorter version of the testimony than was provided to City Council, if that would be
Permission
welcome.
granted.
Okay. Thought that might work. And I do have a handout which we can make available to the clerk. Our city's poverty rate stands at 26.9% and includes 39% of our children, 27% of our working age adults, and 17% of our seniors. This means that about 440,000 Philadelphians live below the federal poverty level, including 135,000 young people. If you're African American, Hispanic, disabled, or living in a female-headed household, the likelihood of your living in poverty is almost twice as great, around 40%. While there's no single cause of poverty and no single strategy that can assist all of those living in poverty, we realize that we need effective solutions that require coordinated, large-scale social change. And that's why in January 2013, our office was launched, the Mayor's Office of Community Empowerment and Opportunity. We are the city's community action agency, and our mission is to align the city's efforts to lift individuals and communities out of poverty and increase opportunities for low-income individuals and families. Our first task was to create a citywide anti-poverty plan, and in July 2013, we released Shared Prosperity Philadelphia, and I brought extra copies. I know a number of members of City Council already have received them and were briefed you during the summer when we first released the plan. But it's our first step in creating and implementing a comprehensive strategy to address poverty in Philadelphia. Thank you. The Shared Prosperity Philadelphia lays out goals in 5 key areas: job creation and workforce development, access to public benefits and vital services, early childhood learning, housing, and economic security. Our office is requesting a fiscal year 15 appropriation of $16,810,562 from the Grants Revenue Fund. We are not requesting any funding from the general fund. In fiscal year 14, our estimated spending will be a total of $13,911,372. For fiscal year 15, we request $2,785,226 in Class 100, $13,924,299 in Class 200, $101,037 in Class 300, 400, for a total of $16,810,562. This is an increase of 25% over the fiscal year 14 award from each of our funding sources and will support our efforts to apply for new grants. During the last year, CEO shifted away from providing direct services and began to build our capacity to plan and evaluate, contract out high-quality services, and evaluate the impact of our expenditures. We've established a policy and planning unit and have transitioned staff members into new roles to support contracting and monitoring functions. As part of this effort over the last year, we also began to implement a competitive process for all new grant opportunities. Some of our key accomplishments last year include launching the Shared Prosperity Philadelphia Plan. With our nonprofit partner Clarify, CEO opened 6 financial empowerment centers throughout the city, offering free one-on-one financial counseling targeted to low-income residents. The FECs met with over 2,000 clients and helped to reduce consumer debt by $1.6 million. We also led a successful effort to become one of only 3 cities selected to receive a Promise Zone designation. And through this designation, Philadelphia will receive preference for future federal funding opportunities, as has already been outlined this morning. Within the next month or two, CEO will launch 6 benefit access centers, which will be neighborhood-based sites where low-income residents can receive assistance in becoming enrolled in public benefits such as food stamps or Medicaid. We intend to add additional benefit access centers after approximately 6 months. In addition, we've secured funding for a mobile benefits access unit. In other words, a van that will be able to travel around the city bringing mobile office to sites where people are already gathered. We'll also be expanding the number of financial empowerment centers to 8 permanent sites, again, in the next month or two. And we hope in June to begin to develop a citywide early learning plan to aid children in moving successfully from pre-kindergarten into elementary school and to ensure that every parent and child can access high-quality childcare. With that, I'll conclude my testimony.
Thank you very much. On page 4 of your testimony, excuse me, you talked about one of your challenges and your inability to serve individuals whose incomes are above 125% of the poverty level. It also states that you're seeking new grant sources to address this, and I'm interested in that particular category, because actually a part of our affordable housing plan talks about that group of individuals that fall, they make just a little bit too much income to qualify for the traditional 80 and 60% median income issues, and they don't make enough to qualify for larger houses and more expensive houses, and there's this quote-unquote donut hole of individuals.
Right.
Can you kind of tell me how you're
Well, so actually right when I started, we were the recipient of our first private grant, which was from Bloomberg Philanthropies. And so our financial empowerment centers are not constrained in the same way as our other services. Although they're targeted to low-income individuals, we don't have that same income criteria. So for the financial empowerment centers, that issue has been resolved, although we need to work on their sustainability with future funding. They're funded for this coming year and the following year, and they'll be working on that. We are seeking new resources, feels like every day, and some of those are citywide efforts and some are related to the Promise Zone. So as an example, the early learning plan that we're working on, which would be a benefit citywide, it's not for direct services necessarily, but I think it will really help kind of move forward a lot of the significant work that's happening in the city around early childhood opportunities. We have an application into a private foundation for that, which will be reviewed in April. In the Promise Zone area itself, we've had one conversation with a bank that might be able to provide us with some resources, and again, they would not be income restricted necessarily. And we're looking at some other opportunities from the federal government where we'll be able to get a priority for certain areas.
Okay. Is there a person in your office or several people whose sole responsibility it is to identify grant opportunities?
Not yet. Not yet, but
how do you?
It's in my plan. Well, we've been working very closely with the mayor's grants office and Mari Porter, and they've been very supportive of that work. Myself, our deputy director, Mitchell Little, and my chief of staff, Mary Horseman, and we also have a director of planning and evaluation, Carolyn Brown, and Carrie Morgan, who's leading our financial empowerment centers. All of those staff, to some degree or another, are working on fundraising right now. But I think it's a growing priority for us, and probably in the next year or so we will add a designated staff person.
Yeah, because it's unless you know where to look or how to look, it's very difficult to find these NOFAs and
I agree, although it's actually been one of the wonderful benefits of the Promise Zone is that the federal agencies are starting to share a lot of information around the NOFAs. Now, some of them, most of them are available throughout the city. It's just that with the Promise Zone, we'll have a priority.
Right. Okay. On page 5, you talk about the financial empowerment centers, and you just referenced that. Where are these located, and is there any interaction with existing agencies or nonprofits that we have relationships with? As an example, we have a contract, I guess it runs through OECD, for NACs, Neighborhood Advisory Councils, or NSAs, NACs, that are supposed to provide information and assistance. One in particular, in kind of like my hometown in Strawberry Mansion,
right,
where they assist individuals on energy assistance programs and all the other things. So do we look to enhance those particular organizations, or do we recreate the wheel at some other physical location?
We're trying to enhance existing organizations that are trusted sites where folks in the neighborhood know to go. And so the map that I distributed, or I gave to the clerk, I don't know if it's been distributed, but it's a map It has a list of, it was a one-pager. I
This
see
here?
Mr. Christmas has it, yes, and on the
Yeah,
other
it's
side are a list of
kinda small,
locations. I know, but if you turn it over, turn it over.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So that's a list of the financial empowerment centers, our benefits access centers that will be coming up, and also sites where free tax assistance has been provided through the Campaign for Working Families, who we also fund, and I believe sites also where we've been instrumental in helping add emergency meal sites.
How are these areas selected?
They've all been, with the exception of the Campaign for Working Families, because they do their own selection process and we don't manage it, we just provide them with a significant grant. They've all been selected through a competitive process. You'll see that there's overlap with a number of agencies who you'll be familiar with, either neighborhood advisory councils, community development corporations, and other service providers.
I actually don't see that.
Okay?
I'm looking at these locations and I'm not really seeing, I mean, there are organizations, there are larger organizations, you know, that provide support. Okay, I see Congresso. All right, okay, I won't belabor the point here. But I will.
And again, coming up, we're trying to establish a robust network around benefits access, and so we hope once this program is launched in the next month, that about 6 months later, we'll be able to add more benefits access centers. We've also talked to the Office of Housing about having all of the, particularly the smaller NACs, participate as what we're calling benefits referral sites, where they would have access to the web-based program to help screen individuals for benefits and be able to make referral to some of the other organizations. And we'd provide them with the web-based access as well as the training to use that program.
All right, thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Good.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Gladstein.
Good morning.
I attended an income inequality symposium in Seattle last Thursday where they made a distinction between poverty and income inequality, which I believe you understand. There will always be the need to provide aid for the poor, but that's different than shared prosperity. That's different than economic equity as a strategy and philosophy. And we've had this conversation the week before I flew out to Seattle. What are our economic development agencies doing differently to create more opportunities for the economically disadvantaged?
Well, this is, again, during our planning process for shared prosperity, we spoke to our economic development agencies, particularly our Commerce Department and Philadelphia Works, as being primary agencies. And we spoke to them about the plank in shared prosperity, which talks about jobs and training, and our specific emphasis is trying to assist people who have barriers towards employment. So not, and who are finding it difficult to engage in that existing system. It may be because they have a criminal record, it may be because of low literacy, it may be because English is a second language or whatever, but they tend not to be served by the existing agencies. And so we began a conversation with them. I will not say it's over. We asked them about both business attraction strategies and trying to make sure when looking at business attraction that we're looking at companies that will bring significant number of jobs that are low-skilled jobs, although not low-paid jobs, and low-skilled jobs that might lead to a career path.
Let me be a bit more specific. In the metrics that you've created for shared prosperity, you talk about increasing number of jobs by 25,000 by the end of 2015, narrow the gap between the national and local unemployment rate. Beginning next year, annually create 100 new subsidized employment opportunities with support and job training, hiring 50 unemployed people through the First Source program every year. I'm just going to make a blunt statement about what I believe about our economic development agencies, for better or for worse. They practice trickle-down economics. And so when we talk about all of this, how does it actually connect to new opportunities for the economically disadvantaged? Have they offered any new strategies? What are they actually, this is really anticipation of following this question up a year from now, because I know they haven't shifted strategies yet. And so the question is, what are we going to talk to them about doing? Or what have they offered in those discussions? Or what do you expect them to do differently? It's actually going to create and connect what they're doing to opportunities for the economic disadvantaged as opposed to the trickle-down economics that they've been practicing.
Well, I don't want to speak for those agencies, obviously, so what I can do is speak about our conversations with those agencies, and I will say that, again, we looked at business recruitment. We looked at a better connection between the workforce development system and the business attraction system, and obviously First Source is another tool that would be available for that. We ourselves, speaking for our agency, we have made funding available for 2 programs that have shown their success in the past and have received funding from more of the traditional workforce development funders, and we've asked them to serve people with barriers rather than to put a particular focus on that. So I hope through our funding of those programs we can demonstrate that they can be successful serving people who they're not typically serving. And those are 2 organizations that are providing job training for specific positions either in the medical field or in the anchor institutions in West Philadelphia. So I hope that we can demonstrate that this works and that could then be amplified.
I won't belabor the point with you because the issue is not between you and I. The issue at the end of the day, I wanted to put this on the record about whether those economic development agencies, PIDC, the Commerce Department, Philadelphia Works Incorporated, have or will develop any new strategies that do not practice trickle-down economics and that actually do connect the economic opportunities they claim to be creating to economically disadvantaged people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you? Just a couple of questions, and I do want to piggyback off of the Councilman's comments because I do think that there at times feels like a little bit of frustration in terms of the disconnect, so it seems, between the different agencies that are all trying to tackle a very difficult subject. You know, poverty is not easy to fix, obviously, but it does seem like there's a disconnect between this group and that group and so forth. And even with the work that we're all trying to do in our offices, when I see, you know, you've got the list of different, you know, agencies that you all are working within, again, that's something that, as a member of City Council, I would like to be included in, I would like to be informed and aware of so that we can help. We can all do some of this heavy lifting together. So I was not aware that you were acting out of Community Legal Services or the Germantown Life Enrichment Center or some of these places. Mm-hmm. So, you know, it just would have been good information so that we could have collaborated with some of the work that you are already doing in the community. But my question really does sort of piggyback off of the councilman's, which is, can you talk a little bit further about the coordination efforts or how much coordination there is with the other anti-poverty programs and efforts? And I know that you, you know, did mention part of it with Council President Clark. He asked a similar question, but if you could, you know, give us a little bit more detail, because I'm still just really not clear in terms of how you're working with other groups. You know, how is it going? How are we measuring our success?
I'll give several examples because I think that might be best. I apologize with regard to the
That's okay.
financial empowerment centers. We did brief council on them, I believe it was last March, and if council would like us to do a follow-up briefing, would be happy to do that.
I think briefings are good, but I also think as you are doing activities, you know, include us in the activities. We like to come, we like to participate, and we'd like to be helpful. And, you know, as you are, you know, finding some solutions, developing, you know, resolutions to issues, we'd like to have that information. Whatever you're doing, whatever you're working on, we need to know so that we can spread the word as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I'll give a few examples. Most of the examples are in place-based efforts in specific parts of the city, but I'll give one citywide example as well about coordination. I am now co-chairing, along with Donna Cooper, who is the Executive Director of Public Citizens for Children and Youth, the Mayor's Early Learning Advisory Council. And we have reconstituted that organization with about 30 members, and they include early childhood providers, health partners, academics who work in this area, and we've also made sure to include the Department of Human Services, the Recreation Department, the school district, the Mayor's Office of Education, and several other Parks and Recreation, if I didn't say them, several other departments who touch on early childhood, behavioral health as another example. So we are trying to bring people together around the work and around the issues. That's the example with the Mayor's Early Learning Advisory Council, and they will serve as an advisory group as we do this planning process around early childhood. So they will be providing input through that. I don't want to, I'm trying to decide what other example to give. I'll give the example of the Promise Zone that Councilwoman Blackwell has been so engaged with. In that work, we created a structure with 4 working committees, and soon there'll be a 5th committee. And within each of those committees, there's a chair from within city government and a chair from outside of city government. So, for example, the Education Working Committee is co-chaired by the school district with another partner. The Economic Development Committee is co-chaired by Community Development Corporation and the Commerce Department. On the Housing Committee, we have both I'm trying to remember who the Housing co-chair is, but I'll think of that in one second. The Housing Authority it is, again, plus a local organization. But then we have a variety of city agencies that engage with housing that are members of that committee. So those are 2 examples of how we try to bring people together, but around, not theoretically, but around concrete tasks.
Okay. And I appreciate all the detail that you've given, but I just want to go back to what we originally stated. But, you know, if you could make sure that our offices are included as you are doing the good work that you're doing, because otherwise we can't put it into sort of our matrix of how we can help people, how we can help our constituents if we don't know. So, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I'm actually next, but I'm going to yield to Councilman O, because I may be here a while, so
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
you're welcome, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There was just a month ago or a couple of months ago a report on the state of Asian Americans in Philadelphia. And prior to that, there was mostly like anecdotal information, mainly because there was not much support in the community to actually do a citywide study. And while it makes up 6.8% of our population, the Asian American population has been fairly under the radar. One of the statistics I'd like to share is that only about 0.07% of government agencies, foundations, and institutions fund any type of Asian American organizations, and the 40% of that is in arts and culture. There was a 700% increase in unemployment among Asian Americans between 2007 and 2011. And Asian Americans, while they are at 26% of the poverty, living below the poverty line, certain communities, such as the Cambodian community, they have 41% poverty, and the youth are at 52%. So when you divide up the Asian American population to different communities, you have very different results. So my first question is, have you reviewed that report?
I have not personally reviewed it, but a member of my staff went to the event at which it was released, and we are honored to have 2 members of the Asian American community on our board of directors.
Yes,
who makes sure that we are aware of these kinds of events and have made the very point that you made during our planning process, that it's very important to disaggregate the information around the Asian American community because it affects different populations differently. We've also spoken, again, at the beginning of our planning process, particularly with groups who are serving immigrants and refugees to try to have a better understanding of those organizations. We don't fund any particular activities, but feel that we have a better idea now about how our work impacts those communities or could benefit them.
Yes, thank you very much for that. So I'm happy to hear that I was aware of that, and I just wanted to make sure. In terms of this $16 million that you are seeking from the grant fund, do you distribute that money for this work? Does your office do that?
Yes, we will have competitive grant processes to distribute, other than our staff and operating costs, the majority of that money.
Okay, and with this new plan, is there some recognition of these different types of subgroups within the bigger pool of classifications?
I want to go back to my response before.
Yes.
We have one large grant that the Pennsylvania Department of Public Welfare asks us to pass through to another nonprofit. So while there's what we hope will be a $16 million budget if we're able to raise the grant sources, over $7 million of that goes to one nonprofit organization. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay.
And then to respond to your follow-up question, we are, again, distributing resources for financial empowerment centers and for benefit access centers, and then for some job training programs right now. And we are trying to make sure that those address the various needs in various communities, yes.
Okay, thank you. I know that Councilman Blackwell particularly has worked with the African and Caribbean immigrant community, and so when we look at some of these communities and the challenges, what I'm saying is if you drive by, they just look like a poor neighborhood or things like that, but there's some commonalities that I understand from what you're saying that you may be addressing. I'm looking at the Latino population at 42%, below the poverty line, commonality of language. So whether it's geographic or whether it is by some nationality or language, how are you categorizing the effectiveness to be most effective and efficient in dealing with poverty throughout the city?
Shared Prosperity has a set of metrics in it that we will use to measure our success. Again, we're very early into it, and we're in the process of trying to refine the metrics and provide a first-year report. Again, because we had a fairly short planning process, so we didn't have baseline information in every area. And so we're now in the stage of trying to make sure that what data we can collect from various points so that we can use that to establish a baseline and then an improvement. We were, though, clear during the planning process that our ability to affect poverty overall would be not great, given that that's mostly influenced by international and national policies and economies. And so we would be able to have an impact by providing high-quality services and seeing if those services make a difference. So one example is with our financial empowerment centers, where we are counting not just services provided, but whether or not the individual is able to improve their credit, reduce their debt, or save money. And so we're counting there. With our community, with our benefits access centers, we will count whether or not individuals actually successfully applied and received that income support. And so that added to not just their income, but the community's income. So those are the kinds of measures we're looking at.
Thank you very much. I'll wait for the next round. I'd just like to echo what Councilwoman Cindy Bass said, and that is I think we are all very interested in your work and would very much invite the opportunity to be involved and to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman, and thank you, Councilwoman Bass. We agree and echo your sentiments. Government works best when it works together, and we probably can bring some resources to your efforts as well. Good afternoon. I wanted to basically start by saying that over the 6 years I've been here, at least I understand what the strategy is for anti-poverty efforts, which is heads and shoulders above what I felt in the past. Before, I can clearly tell you what the city of Philadelphia's greening policy is. I can tell you what our anti-crime policy is. I can articulate and put my mind around. Finally, I can kind of understand where we're headed, what we're doing. And with that, I wanted to say that and thank you for that kind of direction. However, and nevertheless...
Can I say thank you first before?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
So, but however and nevertheless, even though the needle is moving in the right direction, that's little solace to people sitting at home watching this that are in that circumstance where they're impoverished. So based on your e-strategy computerized upgrade, here we are, and can you answer the question of how many people you have moved from poverty to self-sufficiency?
We can answer the question as to how many people received a job, how many people received benefits, whether or not those move people to self-sufficiency. I actually have an issue with the word self-sufficient because I'm not sure anybody in our country is self-sufficient. We all rely upon various benefits. So we can answer the question as to what services were provided to what number of people.
So last year,
as an example.
how many jobs were created that are, I'm not even going to go with living wage. How many jobs were created?
1 minute, I will get you that information. And it was not job creation because we were not funding job creation, but and there are probably several places where I'm going to go for this, but in one program, we had 1,253 participants enrolled.
How many people got jobs in whatever that program is? How many people went
in that
from,
program, 30,
how many people went
30,
from welfare
30.
to a job? 30.
30 in that particular program. In another program, because we funded several programs last year that were job-related, in that program, which was the Future Track program at the Streets Department, 137 unemployed individuals obtained a job, working
And they
minimum.
are still working?
I
Are they
don't have
permanent
that
jobs?
information. I could
All
not.
right, so here's what I'm going to do.
Sure.
Those are the issues I have. That's one of them. So I really need to narrow down whether they're job prep, permanent job placed, from poverty to at least the standard defined by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and federal government, above poverty levels. With the e-strategy measurement system, I think we should be able to answer those basic kinds of questions to see if the movement of the needle is quantifiable. So I'm going to need that. One good stat, poverty was reduced. So did the rooster crow and the sun come up? Was the cause of the sun coming up the rooster? I don't know, but at least we know we're moving in the right direction. And I need you to be able to quantify $16 million, $16.5 million, 7 of which you said you give to one agency.
Correct.
What agency is that?
That's JEVS Human Services.
Right. So for $16 million, I need to know more than 30 people got jobs. I need to quantify how many moved from one position to the next.
Are you asking for the year coming up or for the previous year?
I'll take either of the above.
Okay. In the last year, 177 people were placed in jobs through the Work Ready program, and that we can quantify for you. Going forward, we'll have more numbers.
So how many is that per job? How much is that per, if we divided 16.5, how much to get a person a job out of the 135 jobs?
177 jobs.
Go ahead. That's fine.
I'm trying to think of how much that grant, that was
Somebody
out
can
of
do
one
the math.
particular
You're
grant,
smart.
which was several $1 million. So it was a grant serving people who were receiving TANF and who were not likely to attach to the job due to their medical conditions. They were already disadvantage, disadvantage, disadvantage.
So here's what I'm going to
triple.
do. I'm going to let that question go. I'm going to ask that you get that information to us because I'm looking forward to our September conference, but we need to quantify what we're doing. In your opinion, and I respect that opinion, what is the single thing, the single issue that creates poverty for most people? Would you say, what would that be? And there's no wrong answer, just your
I know there's no wrong answer.
Right.
I think it's very often the circumstances into which they were born.
Okay. What about housing? That's the number one expense.
Housing is the number one expense and probably the biggest source of lack of stability in the family that then creates other issues.
So we just looked at, and Ms. McCullough is going to come up later, we just looked at a grant for $120 million for people with disabilities. Please tell me we are going to go after, we're not going to leave that money on the table because there are many faces of poverty. One of them obviously is disability. Disability payments don't equal what the cost of living is. And if you solve the equation of where a person lives, then that disposable income or that income can be utilized for other things like food, medicine, other things like that. So I just need to know that we are going to at least look at the proposal from HUD, and we're not going to leave that money on the table. I'll wait for OHCD later on to respond to that. So that's something, when we look at the poverty, well, housing has to be that. By way of your benefit access centers, where are they?
They're on that map that I distributed.
Okay.
There are, I think, only 5 identified there because one organization at the last minute felt that they would not be able to do it, so we have to
So
identify
do
6
all members of
agencies.
council know where to steer constituents to a benefits package that you can send someone and they can calculate with one set of information all of the things they are eligible for, which equates to about $11,000 per person on average?
And those benefits access centers are not operational yet. They'll be operational in May. We will be happy to come and again, I know the councilwoman said a briefing isn't always the best thing, but we'll have information available for each of the council offices with regard to the benefits access centers. And we've had information available in a number of the council offices around the financial empowerment centers, but we will be able to update that for you as well since we're adding several of those.
And good, Councilwoman Bass, please.
Information. So are those benefit access centers the same as the benefit bank? Is that the same thing, or is that something different?
They'll be utilizing the Benefit Bank web-based service, yes. But there'll also be, in addition to that, a telephone hotline and a way to schedule people for appointments, and for people with disabilities or who are older and are not likely to come into an office, there'll be the ability to do it over the telephone as well.
Okay, so we're not recreating a new benefit bank, we're using the existing
No,
one and sort of enhancing it?
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. What about your mobile benefits access? I understand that's a program coming online.
Yes, we just received word that the funding had been approved, so we're working with our fleet department to purchase and retrofit the van. And we have staff who are being trained so that they will be able to go around the city. And that's certainly something we can work with council offices on in terms of identifying events to which we should bring that van. But my guess for that van, my estimate would be that that will not be operational until probably July sometime, just given that we have to purchase it and outfit it.
All right, so you're not new anymore. So you get a partial pass, but again, the people sitting at home, sitting in someone's living room, waiting for these services, are anxiously anticipating implementation. So,
Sure.
So out of the $16.5 million you get, how much of that is subcontracted out?
So again, it's about $2 million, a little bit over $2 million, maybe $2.5 million for staff and operations, $7 million to JEDS Human Services, that's 9.5, so the rest will be contracted out. But again, that assumes that's a 25% increase over this year, so we don't have funding committed for that full amount. The reason this year we're spending about $14 million, and we asked for this additional budget authority because our experience last year was we had to come back to you for a transfer ordinance once we raised other grants.
So,
So about, it would end up being around between 5 and 7 million that we would contract out.
very quickly, how much of that is MBE, WBE?
It's all to nonprofit organizations.
We still count those dollars.
Well,
Wilson Good left, Councilman Good left, thank goodness. So we're going to need a break. I'm not going to,
yeah, right.
I'm going to need a breakdown of the board of directors on each.
The board of
Right.
each of those nonprofits. And again, some of that is, about 2 million of that is city agencies,
Okay.
but other than that.
Of the people that you contract out to, are you able to give me deliverables other than like the 130 jobs you created? Are there other deliverables broken down by them?
Yes.
So, for example, how many people got in permanent housing?
We have not been funding that activity. This year, we just started fairly recently funding the Office of Supportive Housing to provide emergency payments for back rent, utilities, and security deposits. So going forward, we will be able to count those numbers of people who were, for whom homelessness was prevented through that service, but that was not a previous service that we funded.
So here's where I'm going with this, and I won't belabor it. If you are issuing roughly $12 million in contracts, you have to hold them accountable for their deliverables, correct?
Yes, and we do.
So going forward, we're going to want to know how many people were given self-sufficiency, how many people were given jobs, how many people were moved from temporary housing to permanent. Those are deliverables that are quantifiable that we're going for 16 million want to know. Right. Secondly, you get funded by 4 major entities, correct?
We're primarily funded through the State Department of Community and Economic Development, the Community Services Block Grant, and then 2 grants from the Department of Public Welfare, and then Bloomberg Philanthropy.
And so don't they want to know those deliverables?
Yes, and we report all of these numbers to them, and
So why can't we get them?
I'll be happy to give that to the chair, the numbers for the calendar year 2013,
All right,
rather than
that-
trying to read them out loud to you.
Because if it isn't measured, it isn't managed, and I know you are reporting to someone, and they want to know how those dollars are spent. And as the councilwoman pointed out, we want collaboration, and so we want to know what the benefit to her constituents are, okay?
So we will, again, this is citywide, but we'll provide that to the council president so that it can be shared with everybody.
I'm going to pass and go with Councilman O, then Heenan, and then Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So from the report and from the information we have, Philadelphia is the 24th among the 25 largest cities in terms of median household income at $34,207. What is the federal poverty guideline for a household of 4? Do you know that off the top of your head?
It's about, I'll give it to you exactly, but it's a little bit under $30,000 a year. For a family of 4, it's $29,813. That's 100, I apologize, that's our income guidelines. That's 125% of poverty, so.
Is that the city's poverty guideline? Or?
No, that's our funders. Our funder permits us to serve people at 125% of poverty, which for a family of 4 is
29,000?
29,813. So the actual poverty level number for family of 4 is around $25,000.
Yes, it's $23,850. So a family of 6, the federal poverty guideline is $31,970. I will soon be a family of 6. We're a family of 5. Another few months, family of 6. Well, thank you. My point is, I could not support my family in any possible way with $31,970. I mean, I just don't see how that's going to, and my daughter goes to public school, and we don't have any pre-K program. My point is that I'm very interested. I know you've done a tremendous amount of work, and I certainly, with everyone here, congratulate you and want to support that. I'm very interested in the strategy of our city, being where we are and what we're looking at. You know, addressing poverty is one thing, and then preventing people from slipping into poverty is yet another thing. And it just seems to me in all our discussions that these guidelines, these federal guidelines that we're going by, which I know none of us can change here, are extremely outdated in my opinion, in the sense that, you know, we are saying that people who make, for example, $32,000, 2 parents and 4 children, that they're not poor. And I am sure that all of us will agree that if they are making it, they're in debt, you know, really, in my opinion, they are in poverty. The programs that we're trying to provide in the city, is there some creative or innovative way that we can reach out to allow more families to participate? What I mean is, when we talk about pre-K programs, for example, we have wealthy families with their kids in pre-K, and we have poor families with their kids in pre-K, and everyone in the middle seems to be left out of that opportunity. And I don't think it's really healthy, you know, from our discussions with other experts, that we have a segregated education system in pre-K or otherwise. So I'm kind of stretching a bit just to see, you know, where your discussions have led you and what you're examining about this.
Well, first of all, we heartily agree that the federal poverty guidelines are inadequate. In some communities, they've looked at 200% of the poverty level as actually being the number that would provide some level of self-sufficiency. But it's the only number we have to go by, and again, it's a constraint of our current funding source that we can only go 25% above that. And to the extent that there are a broader set of resources, and I'll talk about early childhood for a second, that's always welcome, so that you're so that you are preventing people who are middle income from slipping into poverty because their expenses are higher. I know that there is some discussion at the state level when the Majority Policy Committee did a tour about poverty throughout the state, and there was some discussion about tweaking some of the guidelines so that, for example, there could be a way for a family to pay for early childhood on a sliding scale, because there are places in other parts of the state, not in Philadelphia, where there are a lot of vacancies because they're either subsidized child care slots or people with enough income to pay what it costs, which is expensive, but then there's a gap, and people of modest means but above poverty were not able to afford it. So there is a discussion going on about permitting sliding scales in certain situations, but again, in most cases, we're not in a regulatory position at the city level to do that, but could support either federal or state efforts.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Heenan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Majority Leader, Eva, good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Jeez, time's flying here. And, you know, I do want to thank you for all you're doing in your office, for what you have accomplished in a short period of time. Most of the questions that I've had, you either answered in our meetings outside of the hearings here, and that has been asked and addressed here today. So I just have one thing. I seen, you know, in your report where there was over 1,000, well, you put 177 people to work, right? So that's good. Is there a goal for a percentage of more people being put to work, and are you coordinating with, and I'm looking forward to the managing director's hearing today, question with the Centers of Excellence. all right, that we have here. So, and they're trying, and their preparedness for putting people, from our school district, all right, enhancing our, graduation rate with the way we have the new position in the mayor's office that was here, Lori Shore was talking about earlier. But I think there's good opportunities to coordinate with some of the things that we have, all right, with the Centers of Excellence, with the mayor's office, as well as, the manufacturing needs and CTE training, vocational training that we have, I think is right there in front of us. So I think, just coordinating with some of those entities and departments will go a long way because, as I see it, it's based on need. Right? And so the skill sets for advanced manufacturing in the manufacturing sector in its various levels are based on needs. So, you have small businesses to medium-sized businesses to large businesses right here in the city of Philadelphia who are saying this is what we need. We're looking, these are our needs, so help us get trained and help us get ready. So you have, the workforce development, and that is absolutely in a position to prepare, some of the things that you're doing, and it's a great way. At least you can communicate with
Right.
some people, or with most of the folks who are in and around, as Councilman O had indicated, some of the people who are in the poverty level, or those who may not fit the criteria from a number of standpoints, who actually are struggling.
We actually have employment goals, but I'll have to share them with the president because I didn't bring that information with me for the two programs that we're directly funding coming up next year. We've also joined the Job Opportunity Investment Network so we can better connect with those individuals sitting around that table who are investing in these kinds of activities, and I think through that can strengthen our work as well.
I certainly do, and let me give, it's a graduation coach. That's what it was, graduation coach. I think working together in a collaborative effort, just as you're doing. There's so many people doing a lot of good things out there, and bringing, trying to gather what they do and how they're spending their resources, or just the duplicity of the resources, I think critical. And I think, obviously I wish, and we all wish, your office great success.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you, Councilman Heenan. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Brown.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let me first commend you on the composition of your oversight board membership. It's diverse. It very much looks like Philadelphia, and it's well represented by women. So that should never be a hard thing to do, but thanks for leading by example.
Sure.
Has any discussion been given to the citywide early learning plan?
We are, yes. We have completed a funding proposal to try to fund that process, and I can't identify the funder, but we hope to know by May, early May, whether or not those funds have been secured. And we are starting initial work at the Mayor's Early Learning Advisory Council, just in terms of understanding, looking at other cities' plans to try to get a sense of how they engaged in their planning process, what resources they used, what were the components of the plan. So we're doing early work right now and hope to have the funding in place to have a consultant to work with us with some national expertise. And hopefully that would get started in June.
And if funded, how many children would that potentially impact? Critical
Yes,
scale?
I'm thinking it's something like 50,000 children in the city of Philadelphia who are of that age right now.
Do we know what the wait list number is for children trying to get into quality child care centers right now? It fluctuates.
It fluctuates, and actually the system is more complicated than it should be because there are child care subsidies that are available, but they're in 4 different, they're divide into 4 different organizations by geography, and so in a different, each organization might have a different size waiting list at any point in time.
Okay.
I think statewide the number is down right now, but it goes up and down depending upon the time of year.
In this potential funded proposal, will it speak strictly to service delivery for children, or will it deal with upgrading infrastructure of child care centers and the like, or a combination of the both?
Well, there's new funding available around infrastructure, improving infrastructure, in addition to what council allocated last year.
Yes.
The William Penn Foundation just funded a partnership to work in this area of the Reinvestment Fund and the Philadelphia Health Management Corporation.
Yes.
And I'm serving on a little advisory group for that work. And what we're hoping is that through our plan, we can recommend going forward what the need is and get additional investment for that program.
With that. How did Clarify end up being a lucky contractor? What process was executed there?
That actually predated my position, so I can say that they are a very, very well-respected credit counseling agency in the city of Philadelphia, and I know they've had numerous successful contracts with the city, but I was not part of the selection process in bringing them on.
I believe when I came in, Councilman Jones was asking questions about the procurement activities with those agencies that your office partners with. So do you drill down another layer and have some sense of oversight and ensuring that they are engaging in contracts with local minority and women-owned businesses on the procurement end?
Virtually all of our contracting is with nonprofit organizations, and usually they're directly providing the services rather than
Contracting them out?
subcontracting them out. But we do carry forward all of the city requirements in those contracts. So to the extent that they are subcontracting, those requirements are passed on to them.
Okay.
We've had several contracts with for-profit entities for professional services, and I believe our participation rate was in the area of 38% last year for our for-profit contracts. They don't appear in our testimony only because they're below the $250,000 threshold. We had smaller contracts.
I see. Oh, bell has rung, so is anyone else to with questions?
Free to continue, Councilwoman.
Okay. So then your office is also responsible for the oversight and ensuring that these nonprofits are doing what they say they're doing?
Yes.
Your office assumes responsibility?
Yes, and again, we have amplified our contract monitoring staff in the last year so that we could do that.
Okay. One second. The work-ready and job training services. Just speak or elaborate on that, because I can't.
The Work Ready program is the one that we are now passing through the resources to JEBS Human Services. They are working with a population referred by the County Assistance Office of people who have either disabilities or medical conditions or other barriers towards employment. So the goal is to remove those barriers. In some select cases, they are able to connect people to employment. In other cases, they're able to connect them to community service opportunities, particularly when they're young women who are pregnant and cannot get a permanent job. In other cases, they might end up just removing barriers or even helping them obtain SSI or SSDI.
Okay.
But it's a population with multiple barriers.
So you really serve as a link, if you will.
Yes.
The mayor's office launched the Empowering Black Male Initiative effort. Is your office working in tandem along with partnering with this particular initiative at all?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can check.
Okay. Given the mission of your agency and the intent of that particular initiative, it it appears, at least on the surface, that it makes sense to look to see where there can be some coordination of effort. Lastly, if you could just speak to the dollars that will be spent on agencies and shelters providing services to homeless men, women, and youth.
Sure. Again, we have probably for the last decade under MOX and now under CEO, we have provided support to the Office of Supportive Housing. In the past, that support went for case management services in the shelters. This year, we changed that so that we are now supporting them they have an emergency assistance unit essentially where they are trying to prevent people from becoming homeless, people who have the eviction notice already, and we are providing it's $450,000 annually and on an annual basis, and that is for back rent, security deposits, utility payments.
Really?
So this is fairly new, but that's the basis for that agreement.
And that comes out of city dollars or
It's
federal
all
dollars?
of our funding comes from grants. That comes out of the Community Services Block Grant that we
I
manage.
see. Wow. I'm sure to Councilman Jones always requests documentation. If it's not measured, it doesn't exist. We'll be curious to see what the yield of that effort is next year with regards to helping families not go down that road.
And I agreed I would share all of our program outcome data because we do have to report that to the state. So we'll be happy to
Okay.
share all of that.
All right, then. Thank you for your testimony. Let me close by echoing Councilman O's remarks that the work you do is enormously important, and the poverty rate would probably be bigger, higher than 26%, but for the work that you're doing over there. So moving the needle is tough, but we appreciate what you do nonetheless.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Very quickly, and then you can go. What are the things that you're going to provide back to the chair?
We are providing a statement of all of our program outcomes from the last year, and I'm specifically going to look at our goals for our job training programs that you asked for that we have, and information on the board composition of our nonprofit organizations with whom we contract.
In addition,
Yes.
and if you get these to us, we won't call you back. I mean, look at it this way. So what kind of services, when they come to you, what do people ask for? I mean, a codification of those requests for assistance would be helpful so that we then know here how to budget and give people more money that provide those specific types of services. How many people need food stamps or are food deprived or need food from one of the various cupboards? How many people request that? How many people want Section 8 vouchers? One of the reasons why President Clark has gone to rental assistance is there's a notion that there's $27 million worth of vouchers we are eligible for, yet we leave $7 million of it annually on the table. I gotta believe that between you and OHCD, you could figure out how we can actually utilize them. So we're going to look at what services. How many people have requested LIHEAP assistance? I mean, those are clear indicators. And then how many people, once they requested it, actually got some relief and or services that were requested. And I think that would be at least a good start.
Okay.
All right, again, thank you for moving the needle in the right direction. It's a heavy lift, and one day when you work yourself out of that need or a job, we'll be on to something different. Okay? Are there any other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break, and we will come back at 2:15. We're going to take a lunch break, get a stenographer a break. Thank you all. We're going to recess until 2:15.
Good afternoon. This is the Committee of the Whole reconvening on the FY15 budget. First up, I believe we will have mural arts. Am I correct? Am I not correct? I'm just basing on the schedule we have. Ms. McCullough, you anxious to get it?
Whatever you want, Council President.
No, I'm just basing on the sheet that I had. Ready when you are, Ms. McCullough.
Good afternoon, President Clark and members of City Council. I'm Deborah McCullough, and I'm the Director of Housing. I'm here today to present testimony on the Office of Housing and Community Development's proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2015. The proposed operating budget under the Community Development Fund, Grants Revenue Fund, Housing Trust Fund, and General Fund will also be presented in the spring to the Finance Committee at its hearing on the Consolidated Plan Ordinance. That hearing will authorize the submission to HUD on the Consolidated Plan, which includes the budget for the Community Development Block Grant and other housing programs for fiscal year 2015, CDBG Year 40. The General Fund supports approximately 1.8% of OHCD's annual budget. The proposed FY 2015 General Fund budget allocates $3,020,000 to OHCD, which is the same as the fiscal year 2014 budget allocation. This funding includes $2.39 million to support the vacant land stabilization and maintenance activities of the Philadelphia Land Care Program, $130,000 to support the settlement grant and tangled title programs, and $500,000 for the Child Care Facilities Fund, all consistent with the FY14 budget. For FY 2015, the city's entitlement grants from HUD have yet to be awarded. Therefore, grant funding amounts consistent with FY14 amounts were used in compiling this budget. The enclosed budget includes departmental appropriations, which may be adjusted when the final entitlement figures have been determined. One of the biggest challenges facing OHCD remains the significant reduction of nearly $40 million in federal and state resources over the last 5 years. The Year 40 proposed consolidated plan will be consistent with the city's priority to serve low and moderate income individuals and families and revitalize neighborhoods by preventing homelessness by keeping people in their homes, increasing affordable housing by producing new units, strengthening communities by eliminating blight and promoting neighborhood planning, and creating jobs by attracting and retaining businesses. In FY 2015, OHCD will be working with the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority and the Philadelphia Housing Development Corporation to help make the land bank operational. The creation of the land bank will have an impact upon staff, resources, and activities in fiscal year 2015. OHCD will return to City Council this spring to present the complete fiscal year 2015 proposed budget as part of the Consolidated Plan hearing. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have today.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCullough. A couple of questions. Let me ask you this question first. What's the status of the contracts with employees between the various housing agencies?
The collective bargaining agreements?
Yes.
We do not have new collective bargaining agreements. We're still operating under collective bargaining agreements that are nearly 10 years old.
Okay. Do you anticipate any movement on that, particularly given the land bank and possibility?
We have, we're about to engage in start up again, I should say, negotiations with the union leadership. The first of those meetings is being scheduled now.
Okay. Excuse me. With respect to the land bank, well, you know, let me take a step back. A couple of years ago, there was a settlement with the Philadelphia Housing Authority, and I think it was around $6 million for fees that were owed as a result of some of the utility issues and some of the other issues. Where is that money?
That was paid to the city. But I don't know.
And-
It's not in the OHCD budget specifically, so I can't answer like where it is. It's in the city budget.
Hi, Rebecca Reinhardt, Budget Director.
Good afternoon.
The $6 million flowed into the city's general fund in fiscal 13.
And
So it flowed into the city's general fund balance. So it was treated like, I mean, it was similar to other revenues that flow into the city's general fund. So it wasn't segregated in a separate place.
wasn't it some language that money had to be used for some sort of affordable housing activity?
There was general language to the extent that it needed to be used for blight,
Okay.
which we're having some discussions about right now in terms of if that has been satisfied, or if you know, how that money and the MOU, if the MOU has been satisfied or not. So that's something that we're talking about, and I'll get back to you. I could get back to you with a little bit more detail.
Because I believe that we forwarded a letter to the administration at around the time when that transaction was concluded. I don't have it with me.
Okay.
But I'm not sure we got a detailed response. There was some suggestion that some of that money was going to go for land bank activities. But,
We
I mean,
put-
it's $6 million. I know
Right.
what happens when money goes into the general fund. It just kind of disappears.
It doesn't disappear. It goes...
Well, on our side, it disappears. I
okay.
mean, you all know where it is, but we don't know where it is. And the reality is that it was very specific language.
Right.
And I was wondering why we wouldn't basically put that money in a category or a class that clearly would set aside those $6 million for purposes of removing blight, and not just have it sit in the general fund and end up in some other department that has no relationship to its original intent.
Right. In terms of the letter, there's a few things in your question, I believe. In terms of the letter, I'm not, I would have to look back to see. I don't recall a specific letter, but I'll make sure that we answer that letter, even though it was a while ago. And then you have a good point in the sense that it wasn't segregated. The way the MOU was written said it was going to go into the general fund, and that's what happened. But the MOU also had categories that it needed to be used for. So you raise a good point, and that's something that we're looking at right now.
So if there was a transfer ordinance that identified $6 million from the general fund and designated it to a particular department, we would be ensured that it would be used for such activity?
Well, your question. Yes, I mean, I think that we as an administration need to make sure that we meet the requirements of the MOU. It was broad in the sense of we needed to use the money for sort of anti-blight activity, which a lot of things like demolition and other things would fit into that category. But it is a discussion that we're currently having because a much smaller amount, as you know, $500,000 was put towards the land bank. So
Okay.
I will get...
You know that's not going away, right?
No, and I will get back to you, though.
All right.
You're
Yeah,
raising a good point.
I will guarantee that. Just want to get a little clarity, thank you. A little clarity on trust fund. When you talk about the appropriations on page 63, I guess that would be in the detail, housing trust fund is 19.25 million. Is that an annual appropriation, or is that an accumulation of trust fund dollars?
I'm sorry, just a minute, I need to figure out what page.
Section 19, page 63.
Okay, hold on one second. Oh, I see it. Okay, I'm with you. Yes, please.
Paul Cesario, Director of Finance. The 19,250 is the total of current year, fiscal year 15 estimates, along with reestablishing prior year balances that are liquidated by city finance as part of their accounting procedures.
Bring the mic a little closer.
It's a total of our current fiscal year 15 estimate of revenue plus a carry forward of prior year amounts that need to be reestablished in the city's accounting system because they're liquidated at year end.
What's our annual revenue stream?
We're estimating $12,500,000.
12,000. And so we're basically, the additional dollars or money that were left over from last year, is there a reason why we didn't spend down on that, or?
It's not that they're left over, they've been obligated and encumbered in projects, however, the city's accounting process requires those funds to be liquidated.
Okay, all right. In this particular, next year's block grant, do we anticipate additional cuts? I believe we're under 50 million now.
Yes, and actually, since the time of this testimony, we've just received our allocation from HUD in the last, 3 days, and our CDBG funds have been reduced. We're at 39 point, I think it's 3, I forget the exact number, million, which is about a $700,000 reduction from last year. So we're now below $40 million in CDBG funds.
Okay, so the continuing reduction of funds from the federal government continues to diminish the number of units that we're able to produce. So as I've said in years past, without some other strategy to get an additional funding source in place, we're just going to continue to build less and less units on an annual basis. So here's the $64,000 question. The recent proposal by the City Council of Philadelphia to put in place a funding stream that wouldn't necessarily increase the block grant, but would actually allow us to participate and leverage dollars that are already authorized by HUD, being ACCs from the Housing Authority, and 4% tax credits that are in the tens of millions of dollars available on an annual basis, but not taken advantage of because of the gap financing issue. Has the OECD taken a position on that yet?
No, I have reviewed the proposal, and my understanding is that there are 4 elements of it. The one is to use the 4% tax credits. The second is to use ACCs from PHA. The third is to figure out a source of funding for the gap financing. And the fourth is to make publicly owned land available at nominal cost to support affordable housing.
Right.
So
Well,
I
our
understand-
proposal doesn't call for us to figure out a way. It clearly defines a proposal.
Yeah.
It talks about borrowing $100 million. It doesn't necessarily say what type of bonds
Right.
we will use, but.
Right. I'm right. I'm making sure I understand. Those were what the 4 elements were.
Correct.
And it's an interesting idea that we need to work with council to figure out how that would actually become operational and what would be a source to repay the bonds. That's really what's at the crux, is what funding could be used to repay the bonds, were we to take out a large bond as is
Well,
suggested.
we've identified that also,
Well,
the aforementioned trust fund.
right.
So, and I know you have, because you're a part of the team, you probably won't be able to answer this question. What timeline do you anticipate moving on this, since we continue to see a reduction in federal dollars as it relates to block grant? Is this something that there's a sense of urgency, given in all accounts that the ability to have an adequate amount of affordable housing units is just Herculean? I mean, is there some sense of urgency to review this, or?
A sense of urgency to to review the proposal?
Yeah. And
Yes,
because-
yes.
I mean,
I had anticipated that we would review it and discuss it with council before we bring the consolidated plan before council.
When is that?
Well, I anticipate that we will transmit the consolidated plan to council, the proposed consolidated plan to council in mid-May, and then council, of course, schedules its own hearing so that it will be passed, something will be passed before council recesses in mid-June.
Okay. So does the consolidated plan, your proposed consolidated plan, have revenues that are referenced in the affordable housing proposal that council submitted?
The proposed consolidated plan hasn't been transmitted yet, so...
No, I'm saying just any, I mean, you've outlined the categories of funding. Is that traditionally, is the 4% tax credits referenced in that? Or ACCs from the Housing Authority? Or $100 million in borrowing?
The consolidated plan includes a housing trust fund budget.
Okay.
It does
that
not
one.
include
Okay.
4% tax credits or ACCs.
Okay.
But the proposed annual housing trust fund budget is presented to council as part of the consolidated plan.
Okay. That's by choice, but not by requirement. Am I
That
correct?
is an agreement, I believe it's in the executive order that established the housing trust fund, that it would be presented that way.
That goes back to the last administration.
Yes.
So it could be segregated from the consolidated plan,
It could be if a new executive order was issued, yes.
or by ordinance.
Or by ordinance, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How many affordable housing units were produced last year?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I will give you that, I will get you that information.
And with President Clark's proposal, we're looking at the possibility of, what was it, of 3,000, how many units was that? 2,000 units. So, I mean, that's a significant bump in the production of affordable housing, possibly. And it's my understanding one of the merits of the program is that when you focus that kind of money on rental units, it frees you up for home ownership. So almost providing a multiplier in effect. And from what I read, also the repayment schedule could be secured because of the $7 million differential between certificates that we receive from HUD versus the ones we actually put out on the street. So there was a $27 million total, and there, because we reduced units from PHA, it was about a $7 million differential that could be applied for a program like this if the certificates were applied to these units, if I understood that. So in light of the fact that we lost $43 million over the last 10 years of manna from heaven under CDBG dollars, we have to start to look around to find ways to keep people with minimal means in affordable housing. So we've got to kind of put our heads together on that. So, second question, now that was a comment, it was not a question. But the second part of that is, last cycle, we negotiated, well, actually this year, we negotiated with the administration $1.25 million for weatherization for PHDC. I have a letter of commitment in lieu of increasing the royalties that come from the gas works. How has that been applied?
Weatherization funding?
Yeah, we put an additional 1.25 dedicated to go to PHDC. That was in lieu of us increasing by 2% the royalties from the gas company.
Right.
I'm sorry, those funds have not been appropriated to OHCD, and OHCD in turn contracts with PHDC to carry out the weatherization program. So those funds have not come to OHCD or PHDC.
So the mayor wrote me a letter, and so I'm taking him on his word that that would happen.
We'll look back. Hi, Councilman Jones. There seems to be some disconnect here because I'm not aware of this issue, so I will see what the issue is and follow back up.
I'll
Okay,
read it to
we'll
you into
fix
the
it.
record. Now, but
Okay.
I made it a part of the record when we were having the final vote for the increase of $2 million, close to it, from the gas works to the city of Philadelphia by world payment. I got a letter that said if you should consider, not if you do this for that, but if you consider us making this substantial commitment, you might not need to move that final vote. And I took that based on a letter in good faith that it's happened, but that hasn't been transmitted to you?
Either it hasn't or I am not remembering it. So in good faith, I will look into it and
Well, I
fix
intend
it.
to remind you. I guarantee you that. So, yeah,
Okay.
because I'm going to get the letter. Mr.
I
President.
believe you. I believe you. So I will take the honest responsibility to find the letter and get back to you.
All right, I appreciate that. By way of the RFP that we saw from HUD, and it was for disability, you will take a look at that to see if we can't
Answer that
reply to
question
that.
now.
Good.
I can answer that question now. This was a question that Councilman Jones had this morning about 811 financing that HUD had issued an RFP. The entity that is eligible to apply for those funds in the state of Pennsylvania is the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency, PHFA, because it's the agency that issues and allocates low-income housing tax credits.
Are you in communication with them? Are they
Yes.
going to?
And I can tell you what they told me.
Oh, good.
Okay?
All right.
So I'm just saying, so OHCD doesn't apply for PHFA does, and currently PHFA has a cooperative agreement with HUD for $5.4 million. It's available right now for 200 accessible units statewide. It's not just in Philadelphia, it's statewide. PHFA plans on issuing another RFP this summer, and that RFP will target both projects that have already received tax credits and new projects, and PHFA is applying for a second round of funding through the RFP that you showed me this morning that's due in May.
Well,
So
we would be-
PHFA is on it, doggone it.
We would be interested in RFPs that dealt with caregivers. One of the things that we found a need for is that as caregivers age into the need for constant care, a duplex situation where the caregiver lived above and the care receiver lived on the ground floor, where some creative means that a younger person that might be caring for an older relative could take advantage of a discounted rent, but a part of that covenant would be that they provided transportation, or they provided meals, or they provided and checked on their medicine and doctor's appointments. Those kinds of creative utilizations of that is something that I know a lot of people just don't want to go in their homes, and they want to be around relatives. And so this kind of creativity, thinking outside of the box, if you would, is something that I would appreciate you taking a look at.
Okay.
Finally, the blighted lots that we see in communities, President Clark had a strong commitment to maintaining a lot of those lots in our neighborhoods. A lot of them are victims of short dumping and others. How are those contracts? I know you probably are an expert, Mr. President, but for my purposes, how are those, in what sections of town do they issue these RFPs, and who have been the recipients of them for the last year?
OHCD holds a contract with the Pennsylvania Horticulture Society, PHS, to carry out the Philadelphia Land Care Program, and PHS in turn holds contracts with a variety of organizations. Some of them in the program called Community Land Care are neighborhood-based community organizations that clean the lots in their neighborhoods. Some of them are with for-profit landscape landscapers that maintain and do a higher level of treatment for the properties than just cleaning and greening, which is what the community land care organizations do. So I can provide you with the list of the organizations that in the past year PHS has supported. And
How many
PHS,
contracts roughly?
about 20-something for community land care, and
many
fewer
of
than
them-
that for the landscapers.
And many of them are in different parts of it. So does North Philadelphia have a lot contract, or does West Philadelphia have a, or Germantown, South Philadelphia? How is it
Yeah,
divided up?
they have to be in low-mod income census tracts, so it's in eligible census tracts, and I can give you the list of community land care groups and the lots that they maintain.
And I'd be interested in finding out if they have a Philadelphia employment base, and are they working with, and I'm sure they are.
Yes.
Are working with community groups, but I
They-
don't know,
for
for
the mo-
me,
the-
I'd like to know who they
The
are.
community land care groups, for the most part, are community groups. They're nonprofit organizations working in the neighborhoods, and many of them hire neighborhood residents to carry out the work. I can give you the details.
Okay. And for the record, Mr. President, I have before me the letter from the mayor, which I will officially have
Right.
placed in the record and provide a copy to.
I knew your capable staff would get that letter in a heartbeat.
You know that wasn't leaving here. I'd have kept asking questions all day till I got that letter, Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Mr. McCullough, with respect to some of the staffing issues, I want to make sure, and I'm trying to figure out how to ask this question without creating some challenges for some of your departments. In your anticipated resolution of the bargaining units within OH and I guess PH and I don't know, even RDA, is it anticipated that there may be some additional movements to some of those departments to facilitate some of the proposed operations such as land bank and some of the other initiatives that we would hope would help us realize efficiencies?
I'm sorry.
I know it's
I
kinda-
want to make sure I
That's what happens when
understand
you
what the
ask the question, when you're not sure how you ask it without creating a problem.
Right.
So as we hopefully get to some consensus on contracts, as we've had these ongoing contractual issues with the workforce, and not only in the traditional administration, and we're hopefully coming to a conclusion on the last one, District Council 33, very shortly. But there have been this ongoing issue with respects to contracts over in the agencies that goes back to the prior mayor. So do you think there would be some reshuffling of positions and staff to try and do some things that would create a more efficient process? Because we actually had some ideas about some of the things that we'd like to see on our end. And if so, we would like to be able to have some interaction with you, because we had a couple of ideas about moving product. Say, for instance, as an example, if the administration is supportive of the city council initiative, the first thing we have to do is figure out where the financing for that would take place. Would it be an RDA issued bond, or would it be a GO bond? I mean, it could be all sorts of financing schemes. And where would that program, because that would be a very significant program that's hopefully would happen in a short period of time, what agency would have the responsibility of administering such a significant transaction/program? So as you...
as I say, we're beginning to negotiate collective bargaining agreements now.
Right.
Or I should say restart negotiations. It's not that we haven't been attempting to negotiate collective bargaining agreements for some time. And we're also prepared to offer transition agreements surrounding making the land bank operational. And so those two labor relations items are moving on parallel tracks, the transition agreement and collective bargaining negotiations. What you've just described would be an additional element that we would have to figure out and move it forward.
Okay. One last thing, following up on Councilman Jones' question about the land care contracts, and make sure I understand, 'cause I think I do. There's a component that essentially has local community organizations respond to land care contracts, and then there's a larger component that organizations respond to that aren't necessarily from the community, and I don't even know if they're from the city. What's the percentage of those
As
contracts?
I say, it's not a larger, there are two, I'm just responding to the word larger. There are two
I should say
components.
larger responsibility, but go ahead.
Okay, got it. There are two parts of the Philadelphia Land Care Program which are different levels of treatment for the lots and for the levels of treatment. So the community land care is the, I'll say, more basic treatment in which the land is cleaned and then mowed and taken care of. The sites are visited, I think it's twice a month for, I want to say 7 months, but it might only be 6 months. I could get you the details. And then that's community land care. And then there are also lots that are stabilized, and those lots have a higher level of treatment depending on what they received in the past. They may have been fenced, so that we need to maintain the fences. We need, if they had trees planted, we need to make sure the trees are being cared for. If a tree dies, it has to be replaced, and so on and so forth. So there are two different levels of treatment between what are called the stabilized lots and the community land care lots.
Okay. So what I see on the ground, I see the community maintained lots are basically people that have lawnmowers, essentially, and weed whackers, because the contract is much smaller per lot.
Right, they
Am I
clean
correct?
them, they get all the trash off of them,
Right.
and then they maintain,
But they
they
have
mow
like
them.
weed whackers and
Right.
lawnmowers at best.
Yes.
In the other contract, the guys come in, they roll the tractor off of the truck in the trailer or whatever, and they more often than not are not from that neighborhood. Is there a reason why we couldn't grow the capacity, because this is an ongoing contract, why we couldn't be in a position to grow the capacity of the local community organization to be in a position to do it all? Because one of the things is you want to enhance local communities, which is a part of your mission. Wouldn't it be fruitful that if, and I always reference Strawberry Mansion, that's because where I'm from, where they have this contract, and they initially didn't have the wherewithal because they didn't have some of the equipment, so they formed a partnership with this guy who had a landscape company, and now they work together. And then as we move through the process, given the fact that this is an annualized contract, that company would then be in a position to do all of the work, because what I see in some of these neighborhoods, I see the guys with the tractor, they come in and they do the lots, and to be honest with you, I don't see where they do much more. They just do it quicker because they have better equipment. Wouldn't it be beneficial for us to grow the capacity of some of those smaller local
Yes.
groups?
Yeah, we could work with
so-
PHS to
I mean, they're only going to do what you ask them to do.
to work that through. Right. I can discuss that with, as I say, PHS issues the RFPs, but they're based on
But it's your money.
review with us.
It's your
Correct.
money. So you
So
can
we
kind of,
can-
yeah, I mean,
we
like
can
I said,
discuss that.
Francisville, we all know Penny. Penny was a hustler. Penny was a go-getter. And Penny's contract got reduced, right? Then they have the other contract coming in and doing some of the lots. And what I would have liked to have seen was Ms. Giles and the Francisville CDC grow capacity so they could do all of the work in the neighborhood. And you know, Penny, if that opportunity was there, she would have figured out a way to do it. So if we basically just let PHS run it the traditional, I'll give you this money, I'll give you that money, and then that's it. I don't know how that really is building capacity and building within the community. So if we can somehow kind of alter that contract or basically tell them what we'd like to see, that would be helpful.
Okay.
And you also referenced the fences around some of those existing lots. You said that they maintain them.
Maintain the fences.
Yeah, what do they do? Because I'm not really seeing any real maintenance.
Just if the fence gets broken, they repair it.
I'm just asking you.
Yeah. Right, no, that's all I meant
No.
by maintenance. I didn't mean like new, I meant the fences, if the fences are broken or something happens to them.
They're required to repair?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So when I see some fences in the neighborhood that are broken,
Let me know.
I call you guys?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Uh-oh. And I have an equally capable staff. And this is an MOU. I guess this was about the $6 million. Where's my good friend? Ms. Reinhardt, I just have
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Okay. My equally capable staff has produced the MOU. Reimbursement received from the city, received by the city from PHA pursuant to this agreement shall be placed in the city's general fund, boom, subject to city council appropriation to construct or rehabilitate affordable housing as defined by the U.S. Housing Act 1937 or otherwise to eliminate or relieve blight within the city.
Right.
All right, so it's clear what's supposed to happen with that money, so we just have to figure out a way, probably, like about ordinance, to determine where that money is going to be housed. Ms. McCullough needs some help, because she keeps getting a reduction in funds every year, and so wherever we can find some extra money would be good for us to help Ms. McCullough. Okay, so I'm assuming we'll get a follow-up?
Yes, I will get back to you on that so we can talk about it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. You need this?
No, I have it.
You got it? I wasn't sure if you had it. You used to indicate that you weren't sure earlier. Okay.
No, I have it.
All right. I knew you had it. All right. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
The faintest ink beats the best memory, right? So, a couple other questions. How many, we mentioned contracts about lot cleaning. How many contracts do you currently have with NACs, Neighborhood Action Committees,
Neighborhood advisory committees.
advisory?
I believe the number is 20, it's either 26 or 28, and I can get the exact number.
We need some more exacts. So, can you also provide to the chair where they are, what neighborhoods
Yes, of course.
they represent?
Yes.
And what the dollar amount?
Yes.
And general scope of service of those contracts
Yes.
are?
You want the list, the amount of money, and a copy of the scope.
And what your projection is for the next fiscal year? Are you going to increase that number, decrease? You already start shaking your head no about increasing. You never know.
You never know.
You might get some extra money from Washington, but can you tell us what your plans are
Yes.
for those neighborhood
Yes.
Advisory
Of course.
councils?
And that will all be part of the proposed consolidated plan that is presented. So
Okay.
that- yeah.
How many homeless people are there in the city of Philadelphia?
I do not know.
How many requests annually do you get for housing assistance?
That information wouldn't come particularly to OHCD, but I don't have a number.
But you monitor the subcontracted organizations that get these requests. You're the top of the housing food chain.
Okay, I don't know if I'm the top of the food chain or not, but I'm not sure that I'm not sure that I have a way to answer that question, but I will see what I can.
It's an opportunity. If we're trying to do a consolidated plan for housing assistance for low and moderate income people, that statistic has to be an essential part of your application.
We have a variety of programs that have a variety of entrance points. For example, the Basic Systems Repair Program.
Consolidated plan.
Right.
So at the end of the day, you have to submit that plan.
Yes.
So we have to know, well, I'd like to know, how many of these kinds of requests so that once again, we know how to prioritize our resources.
Okay.
So that's something I'm gonna need to know. How many of the, do you issue contracts for housing counseling?
Yes.
So wouldn't they be able to tell you how many requests they get a year?
Yes.
All right, so, all right, drilling down. How many people did you prepare last year for home ownership?
I don't know that number.
But your subcontracted
Yes,
organizations?
with Housing Council, I
Okay, so-
can glean that from the Housing Counseling contracts. I do not know that number off the top of my head.
How often how many requests for weatherization of homes did you get last year?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Point of information. Mr. President?
I'm sorry, Councilman.
Yeah, just a very brief point of information. Given the line of questioning that Councilman Jones has, I believe, very thoughtfully laid out, and not being a district council person, just looking at the big picture, I'm struck by the, not knowing what the status is in all the categories you just mentioned, and how the important that information is used to drive the solution of whether or not we ultimately end homelessness. So we really don't have a real sense of how close we are to that goal, given the answers to the questions in the way that they've just been framed. Is that fair to say?
I would say I can gather that information, and as part of the consolidated plan, when we bring our whole plan, I would be better prepared to answer those questions at that time, at that hearing.
Okay.
I apologize, I was expecting today to be responding to questions regarding our general fund request, and that's my error. But I can gather the information. If you have a specific list of requests, Councilman or Councilwoman, I'm happy to provide whatever information I have, I'm happy to provide to you.
Thank you.
We don't write blank checks, so.
I never
Okay, I know,
anticipated.
all right, that's okay. For the record, 1 out of every 20 Philadelphia school district students experiences homelessness. 1 out of every 20. And I want to know how we intend to address that going forward. Dropout rates, if I can't figure out where I'm asleep, it's kind of hard for me to get prepared for that standardized test the next day. So in our plan, in our consolidated plan, I want these and some other issues addressed in a comprehensive way. Last year, we put in more money for domestic abuse beds. We turned away last year 8,910 women, an all-time high. So when you consolidate...
Okay, can I
Go ahead.
That set of funding that you're referring to goes to the Office of Supportive Housing, OSH. That budget and those activities are not included in the consolidated plan.
Okay,
that
that's
will
fair.
be presented to you. And
Okay, that's 1
fine.
out of 10. All right, you won't have to give me that one. I'll ask her. But these are things in a comprehensive anti-poverty way. And that was my theme earlier.
Yes.
And my consistency in my questions deals with there are many faces of poverty. There's a young person who became homeless because their parents went to jail. There's the person who aged out of a job that now finds themselves not with the same income winding up in a need for housing. There's the person who in a domestic dispute with their partner wind up having to leave and flee their house. So there are many pathways to poverty, but there are only a few solutions to the answer to those, and I'm going to ask everyone involved holistically how their particular subcomponent attributes to that. And with that, Mr. President, I think that's it.
Good. Thank you, Councilman. I think that's it, Ms. McCall. Thank you very much. Well, one last thing. Councilwoman, did you want? I'm sorry. Councilwoman Bass?
Thank you. Hi, Deborah.
Hi.
How are you?
Great.
So I had a question for you, and I'm just, forgive me for the lack of detail, but I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. Last year, we had a meeting in my office with you and myself and someone from, who at that time was running vacant property review. And we had a particular situation that I was troubled about then, and I'm still troubled about now, even though it's pretty much resolved. But it was a situation where 9 years prior, there was a young man who had expressed interest in obtaining a vacant property here in the city of Philadelphia that was scheduled to be demolished. That property wasn't demolished, and in fact, he received authority through vacant property and through OHCD to be able to go in and repair the property, and at some point, it would be transferred into his ownership, and, there was some sort of arrangement made. And what actually ended up happening was this young man, who was a carpenter by trade, actually went in, did the work, stabilized the property, improved the property for the community, and then was basically told kind of from vacant property and OHC to kind of get lost. And so he had been fighting with the city for about 9 years. And by the time he came to my attention, he was very upset and very aggravated. And I don't know if you remember this, we sat down and we're able to pretty much resolve it. It's not completely resolved now, but it's at the final stages. It's over in the law department to be able to actually be transferred as it was agreed upon by your agency. And so I bring that to light just because I was troubled then and I'm still troubled now. And even with the questioning from Councilman Jones, even though I know that that's not directly related to this, it does bring up some concerns that there's not the sort of detail of information that, in this particular case, can affect a young man who's trying to obtain a property and improve his community and do something good in the neighborhood. And it's really my thought, my honest thought, that if we had not stepped in, that basically this kid was going to have spent, I don't know, $30,000, $40,000 of his own hard-earned money, and he was going to walk away with nothing. Because after 9 years, it's hard to fight the city of Philadelphia. It's hard. And so I have great concern about that. I'm hopeful that the new land bank process will alleviate situations like this so we won't have things like this happen in the future, but I was wondering if you could comment on that.
On that particular case?
On that particular case, and also anything that might be out there now that hasn't come to my attention. That was just one instance. But I could very well imagine that he's not the only person that this has ever happened to. And so again, it's very, very troubling.
I am familiar with the case you're talking about, and I agree with your assessment that I think we're this close to having it solved. So that's sort of the good part of it. The bad part of it is, as you just described, it took a very long time to bring to resolution. I think one of the advantages of making the land bank operational is to have this one entry point through the front doors, we're calling it, one way to apply for properties, and then be able to track them through the system, that all of the publicly owned properties will be in one place, not so that people don't have to struggle with, is this an RDA-owned property or a public property-owned property or what have you. If they're all in the land bank, we have one disposition policy. We have one way of assisting people. So that my hope is that the land bank will precisely assist someone who, in this case, got caught in in a wheel that was hard to get out of.
Yeah, for 9 years. Is there any way to go back and make sure that anyone who is still in that wheel will your office be doing any sort of review of cases that have been sort of in limbo for a very long time, or maybe even for a short time, to make sure that everything is resolved, that's been pending for,
We have been engaged in that review for some time and are continuing to work through each of those cases. If there's a case that got stuck for whatever reason, sometimes someone entered the system under one set of rules or under one program, and time has passed and those rules or that program have been modified. Each of those cases needs to be reviewed. We have an internal committee called the Real Estate Review Committee that's looking at each of those cases to try to bring each of them to closure.
Do you have a deadline for when each case, when that sort of backlog or, however many cases you may have, do you have a deadline for when you will want to have resolved all of these cases?
Hold on, I'm not sure if there's a deadline. No, we're just working through each one. So we're still working. I'm sorry, we do not have a specific deadline, in part because we're still working through those cases. We haven't identified a complete universe of cases because as they come forward, we're going through each one.
Okay.
And so it wouldn't be fair to give you a deadline that I can't keep.
And I understand that. And even if you can't give a deadline in terms of when each case will be resolved, it would be helpful if you could, set some internal deadlines and say from the time a particular case comes to light, we're going to have this item resolved within 6 months or, 3 months or whatever time period, it can be resolved in. But to let it languish forever, I think is unacceptable for us as a city.
I agree.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Reynolds Brown.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so, having worked as a social worker and assisted with similarly situated constituent matters in my office, 9 years is a mighty long time. And so for me, it raises the question, what triggers or red flags go up on a case after a certain point where it's not resolved for management to say 5 years is unacceptable? What internally gives you that trigger that this case is 5 years old and we need to take a serious look at it and move it towards resolution? Are there tweaks in the operations of the agency that send a red flag? So that's the general question. And I come from being a former social worker, having someone have to manage case management and the like around children and youth. Is there something like that in the system?
Well, yes. This particular case had a lot of back and forth between the individual and the OHCD staff about what was being done, and there were a set of inspections and so on and so forth. So I don't think this case is typical of all of our cases. That's not to say this case was difficult, and we worked it through. So 9 years is way too long. I would be the first to say that. But we do follow up on cases, and that one of the things that happens is because we're trying to be helpful, people are given extensions and so forth. And so that can make something become longer because because of whatever the issue is, someone wants more time to complete something or what have you, so an extension is granted.
I know cases like that too, so that I get.
So, but yes, and when we have the land bank made operational, we have a system to try to catch those cases as they hit a deadline or they hit a milestone that they're supposed to have completed. Was the property completed in the time it was supposed to be completed in? And an inspection is done and so on and so forth. So that, those kinds of things, we're trying to make sure that this, precisely the kind of situation that Councilwoman Bass described doesn't happen. We don't want that to happen either.
Sure. It's a similar question. The number of council members who focus on the plight of seniors. And for the last 5 or 6 years, for 8 weeks, I visit 8 different senior citizen organizations around the city, so I can hear up close and personal what their concerns are. And PHDC has always been there to be hands-on to deal with those issues in a wonderful way. So the question is, what is the interface with the Philadelphia Corporation of Aging, between PHDC and let's say the housing agencies, period, and the Philadelphia Corporation of Aging?
Well, that could be. Well, you can introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Michael Kuntz, Executive Vice President at PHDC. How are you? Was your question specifically the interface between ECA and PHDC, or ECA and OH?
PCA.
I'm sorry, PCA.
Yes,
And
PCA.
PCA and PHDC, or PCA
Yes.
and the housing agency?
Both. Let's do both.
Well, we don't really interface with PCA. We do accept referrals, but there's no ongoing or even one singular meeting point where we exchange data or anything with PCA.
Okay. So the type of referrals you would send to them are what?
Actually, we don't send
You
referrals.
say you accept referrals. Is that what you're saying?
We would accept
You would
referrals from
accept
PCA. So
referrals.
if they have clients that need weatherization services or basic system services or even adaptive mod services, a ramp or
Okay.
something like that, then we accept those
Okay.
referrals from them.
All right. And so given it sounds like a large number of seniors, the wait list is, in fact, how long is the wait list for seniors who need major systems change and the like?
I don't have the data at hand for the number of seniors. I can tell you that the adaptive modifications wait list in general is about 2 years long. That the basic systems wait list is probably closer to 4 years.
Okay. And so given that unfortunate reality, would there not be some value in sitting down with PCA, since they are in the business of taking care of seniors? I mean, that's what their mandate is, to see if there are any opportunities for coordination, assist, something to, if another reason to shorten that wait time.
Well, I think the wait time isn't because we lack clients or contractors. It's simply a function of
Funding.
money. Yes, funding.
Okay. And since we know that I hear all the time observations made about PCA, of which I will not put on the record. And so given what their mandate is, what their funding typically looks like, a chance to just explore with them how they can help with the funds they have, to better assist the seniors that we're trying to help, would be of some value. And so I guess my ask is to have the conversation, because it's clear to me that, and clear to many others that it's an opinion, but there are many who would argue they could do more. And if you never ask, then you never know what the possibilities are.
No, I agree, and I'll have those conversations.
Please. Okay, then, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Blackwell.
Just one question. PNHS, Philadelphia Neighborhood Housing Services. I know I asked about them, but they did so much work in our area. They had funding from Brian Hudson. They did counseling. They dealt with repairs. They did everything to be zeroed out in an area, where it's so needed, right in the heart of the community, on 52nd Street, next door to the gas works. And we wondered why. They still have funding for their office, albeit they don't have any other funding from the city. And we all know of Bernard Hawkins and the job they did, so I'm just trying to find out what we can do to have the community have those services.
Well, Philadelphia Neighborhood Housing Services was funded by OHCD for a long time. They, I agree, they carried out a variety of services that we supported. But in the last 5 years, as we were faced with huge funding reductions from HUD, from the federal government and CDBG funds, we had to make hard choices about how to cut programs that we were supporting at OHCD. And PNHS was not one of the core programs that we were continuing to support, such as basic systems repair and so on and so forth. And so we worked with PNHS on a phase out to complete the cases that were in progress. We worked with them to complete those and then directed them to not take on any additional cases, and that we were going to have to end our funding just because it was a resource question.
Yeah, we just don't understand the criteria, or maybe if we're in it or something like that, and we could say, because they were so central to the area, and maybe we could understand it, but when we're not even involved in, or if they weren't doing their job, or, you know, never had any complaints, and everybody knows of them and knows that they've been around forever. That's why we've continued to bring the issue up for the last year, because we don't understand what criteria they didn't meet to just be cut.
I can review the situation with PNHS with you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. Deborah, I don't want to belabor a point, but I do want to go back to something you mentioned when you were speaking with Councilman Brown about the complexity of this particular case that we were referring to, and that there was a lot of, there was a lot going on and a lot happening. And, I think that just as a city that when we, we work hard and we do a lot of things right, and sometimes, things go a little haywire. And I think that that's what the case was in this particular situation. And so I guess I don't want it to be sort of misconstrued that, it was on the fault of this young man who was trying to obtain this property. Because he certainly would not have set out for 9 years trying to resolve this if he felt that he could have gotten the help he needed from us, from the city. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that, he wasn't somebody who showed up with a shoebox full of receipts asking for a property. That's not what this is. So I just wanted to be on record to state that.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Blackwell.
I'm fine, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. That appears to be it, Mr. McCullough. I suggest you get up as quickly as possible and get away from that.
I'll see you in May, Councilman.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Now we'll have mural arts.
Oh, wait, things to pass out.
Because for a visual program, we thought something very nice and inspiring. This is at Broad and Glenwood. It's 10 stories tall and was made by 1,000 people in recovery, and it's fantastic. Rise and shine. One side says shine, this says rise.
Is this what you have planned for my wall? In my office? Oh.
Nice, right? Beautiful. So,
Please proceed.
okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jane Golden, and I'm the Executive Director of the City of Philadelphia Mural Arts Program. And I am requesting in FY15 an appropriation of $1.4 million, and I thank you so much for this opportunity to speak today. I believe deeply and passionately that art ignites change. It ignites change in people, in communities, in places, and in institutions. And I know from conversations with many of you who are in this room today that you have seen the beauty and the transformation that comes from our process. It is such a privilege to do this work and to see these outcomes firsthand. to see the high school students who couldn't imagine a future getting into college, or the community that puts aside its differences and comes together sometimes for the first time around art making, or the blighted corridor or vacant lot that becomes a beautiful site of neighborhood pride. We don't do this work alone. We do it in collaboration with people across the city, with hundreds of agencies and institutions that believe that participatory public art leads to social and economic progress. Each year, we engage more than 20,000 people in the creation of 50 large-scale works of public art. This includes thousands of individuals enrolled in one of our 3 core programs: art education for young people, restorative justice for people coming out of prison and people in prison, and the Porch Light program for those in treatment for trauma, addiction, and a range of mental health issues. Our outcomes speak for themselves. Our one-year recidivism rate is 9%, 9%, compared to the statewide rate of 35% and the national average, which is 66%. 100% of our advanced art education students graduate from high school, and 88% of them are going on to college or art school. And the Yale School of Medicine's study of our Porch Light program is showing positive preliminary qualitative and quantitative findings. We are also a significant reason that Philadelphia is an appealing place for artists to live and develop their careers. Approximately 25% of our annual budget goes directly to artist fees. That is nearly $2 million each year, supporting a community of hundreds of creative individuals. And 55% of the artists we work with are artists of color, and 69% of them are women. Given this investment in local talent, it's no surprise that Philadelphia receives recognition as a force for excellence and innovation in public art. Most recently, we've had projects honored by the Public Art Network, the Venice Architecture Biennale, that's really fancy, so we were very surprised for a school we did, and the United Nations. We got an award from the United Nations. A current exhibition is being held at the Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Art, and it positions our work as a leading model for social practice, a term applied to creative processes developed by artists and arts organizations around the country. During the 6 months this exhibition has been up, we have had more than 42,000 visitors. But even without an exhibition, we attract thousands of people to learn about our work each year. More than 12,000 people annually participate on a mural tour. 68% come from outside of Philadelphia, and more than 65% of people going on tours select a tour that takes them out of Center City and into the fantastic neighborhoods of this city. And your investment makes all this possible. Your belief in our impact inspires funders to match the city's allocation 6 times over every year. And it's not just funders in Philadelphia you're leveraging, but also foundations and corporations from around the country and the world. In FY14, we've brought in more than $700,000 being brought into Philadelphia's economy from sources outside the city, a sign of our relevance, not just communities here in Philadelphia, but as an international exemplar. And finally, I want to read a quote. We have a new mural book that's out, and that's right here, and that's great for Philadelphia. And the author of this chapter is someone who is a theology professor, and she says something that really speaks to me and I think to people all over the city. She says that murals show us that social change begins when human beings try to make sense of their lives and defiantly refuse to accept the idea that nothing new is possible. What we have seen over the 30 years of doing this work at Anti-Graffiti and Mural Arts is that art can ignite change and transformation, and that our work is a sign that people care, that things can change, and that the possibilities are endless. I thank you all so much from the bottom of my heart. It is truly a privilege to be affiliated with the Mural Arts program, and at this time I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And good afternoon. And keep up the good work. And with that, I will recognize Councilwoman Brown.
Your enthusiasm is contagious. It's a wonderful thing. I always
thrilled and happy and excited about the wonderful things you all are doing over there, and because you've backed it up with such data, that makes it even more compelling. So, question, do you receive state funding at all?
We receive an allocation from the Pennsylvania Council on the Arts, and that's it.
Has there ever been any consideration given to applying to PennDOT? Because the bigger question is, when you look at the state highways 95 and the littered trash and other state highways, might there be an opportunity if an appeal was made to PennDOT, much the way murals have changed the face of the expressway along Girard Avenue and other places?
That is a fantastic question, and some years ago, we did get some money from PennDOT. Years ago, it was about 3-4 years ago, and you know, we did a really nice piece in East Falls. We're on Kelly Drive and Ridge. All those beautiful mosaics, that was made possible by PennDOT. But we are so interested in overpasses, underpasses, gateway projects. I don't know if everyone knows this, but we're doing a 5-mile-long section of the Amtrak rail corridor of color, brilliant color. It's going to be extraordinary. But so those kinds of unusual sites really interest us, so that would be fantastic to follow that lead.
Yeah, you might want to explore that and see where it leads you. Secondly, on page 4 of your testimony, you state that state and federal dollars are decreasing, and we know of what's happening in the arts at the state level. However, mural arts, you intend to scale up and continue your success despite funding streams are decreasing. So help us understand how you intend to reconcile that. What kind of leveraging are you doing where you can still have an uptick in spite of the decline in dollars?
Councilwoman, that's a great question. So I think that we need to be tenacious and absolutely unstoppable and completely strategic about diversifying our search for resources. So this means we never, up until a few years ago, looked at individuals. So now we're making a big push towards individual giving. We are looking at foundations not just here in Philadelphia, but across the country. For example, in 2 weeks, we go to New York. We meet with the Ford Foundation, with the Bloomberg Foundation, with the Surdna Foundation. People are interested in our work, what we're doing here. And you know what's interesting? They see us as this great model of a public-private partnership. That really intrigues them. So anytime we can get in the door, we bring people here. The Ford Foundation has made 5 trips to Philadelphia, including every year they make a trip out to Graterford Prison to see our work. So the more they think of us as a model, they tell their colleagues, they tell their colleagues. The other thing that we're doing besides that is that every year, you know, it's not enough to say, oh, we're a leader in the field. Like, that's,
what does that mean?
What does that even mean? And we can't be complacent. So we have a symposium. So in 2 weeks, we're having a symposium about art and criminal justice, bringing people here to learn from us, and we'll learn from them. And then we have a symposium we do in the fall around art and community development, because we're opening up hub sites around the city. So we're expanding our practice, we're bringing new people in to learn about it, and we're constantly doing research about what kind of funding sources are available. We have been able to, from the federal government, for the last few years, and knock on wood, I feel very grateful for this, get funding from the National Endowment for the Arts. And we went to the NEA, we made a presentation, they invited us down. We're the recipient for a big project in West Philadelphia. It was an Our Town NEA grant. So that was really exciting.
Very good.
So we're just looking everywhere all the time.
So given the dramatic increase of art in schools, what are the entry points for parents who have talented children and want to get them connected to mural arts? What's the pathway for them?
Okay, then what I would say, our art ed director is Yolanda Wisher. And so what we urge people to do is, well, they can go to our website and find out information, reach out to Yolanda and her team. We're at 24 sites around the city. The way our art education program is set up, you have the foundation program for younger kids, middle school kids. Then you have emerging muralists for the older ones. And then as they get older, junior and senior year, we have internship, apprenticeship, or our entrepreneurial program. We do portfolio development with kids. We help navigate their next step in life. And for kids who graduate from high school but still feel a little insecure about moving on, we put them in our entrepreneurial program, and they work with us until they're ready to make that next step.
Okay.
We love the fact that kids are with us for 5-6 years. We also have major exhibitions during the year to highlight their work, but we encourage, you know, please tell your constituents to reach out to us, because for us, it's a good problem to have if we have too many kids in a class, because we'll bring in assistant artists, teaching artists.
I actually have a letter coming to you about a parent who wants to have her son connected.
Terrific.
Okay.
Great.
The bell has rung.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
And thank you for that East Falls mural and the turtle and the ones in our district, and they adorn our district like you do all over the city. I had an opportunity to see this Sunday, ironically, some of the old graffiti artists that have morphed into art, and wondered how many of your participants have actually gone into a field of art and actually made a go of it or even a living out of it.
Oh, I would say a very high percentage. For the artists we work with, I would say 25% of them have gone on to become internationally known. In fact, some of them we can't book anymore because they're always on the go. And even from the earliest days, I would say a very high percentage of young people that we worked with back then and that we work with today are moving on to a career in the arts. Now that could be animation, it could be a form of design. That's why our entrepreneurial program and our apprenticeship program is so important. We want to train kids in skills related to the creative economy and set them up for post-secondary ed. It's like setting them up for success because they're creative, visual thinkers, and this talent has sadly and historically gone unrecognized. And we say, let's use art as a lifeline. The other thing that we're doing, I forgot to say this to the Councilwoman, is that we are also offering programs during the school day that brings, one model brings together all the 10th grade teachers, and so we're tapping into the academics. The second brings together math and science teachers, and we're the art teacher, or there's an art teacher there, we work with them. But Councilman, a very high percentage are moving on to different careers. I would say we get a lot of kids into the Art Institute every year, and they move on to creative endeavors.
Could you speak a bit about your Restorative Space Initiative?
Restored Spaces is a great program. I think it's one of the city's best kept secrets. It's where we bring together an architect, an urban planner, a ceramic artist, and an artist to reclaim and transform schools. If you go to the Bodine School at 4th and George, you will see a school that is totally transformed with mosaic, ceramic, and an outdoor interactive learning structure. That's the one that won the prize in the Venice Biennale. And there's a curriculum where we build an affinity between kids, art, and the environment, which is so important. And we train the teachers, so after we're gone, the learning continues. We're now working in West Philadelphia at 53rd and Media with the Trust for Public Land, Park and Rec, and the school district. And it's becoming a model. And if I could wave a magic wand, I wish we were doing this at schools all over the city because too many schools look like prisons, and we want to change them. Our children should be going to environments that are beautiful because when you impact the environment, you inevitably impact the lives of the stakeholders who are there.
Can this program be expanded to include recreation centers?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, our restorative justice program, our guild members, for small rec centers in the city, and 12th and Cambria is a fantastic example of a small center that had like graffiti, it was gray, peeling, trash. Our crew went in, they did some roofing, they fixed windows, they fixed some doors, they did ceramic, they did mosaic, they did pavers, they planted trees. I mean, it's like unbelievable. It looks like a jewel box now, and this is not hugely expensive. It's not brain surgery. We can do this. So we love the fact that we're training people, and then we can strike with surgical precision to transform the built environment in Philadelphia. I think it's a win-win across the board.
And some of the residual benefits, whether it's recidivism, you cut it down.
That's right.
Whether it's student retention in school, it has a positive impact. Can you talk about those two?
Yes, two things. Well, one, when I talk about our art education program, we're serving kids that some of the kids have really fallen through the cracks. So we're working at the Youth Study Center, St. Gabriel's Hall, Vision Quest. So for those kids, it's critical. It's so important. And we're training those kids as well and giving them work opportunities. And then for the other kids, I mean, it's so important that it's not just they're learning art skills. I mean, that would be fantastic in itself. But it's also about the fact that they're challenged to make their mark on the city in a big, bold, meaningful way that is transformative. So the kids are learning, and people are recognizing their talent and ability. For the young men in our guild program, young men and some women, but it's more young men, I would say for them, it is deeply transformative. They're learning building skills, mural making, design and technology, and landscaping. And then they work for us for 6 to 9 months, depending on funding. We have a part-time jobs developer on staff who finds them work.
You know, my staff has saying, how do we get more murals in the fort? But I'll save that for another time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your testimony. I know you get a certain budget from the City of Philadelphia for your programs. And what is the average amount that you, I guess, get from private or partnerships compared to what the city gives you?
Well, the city's budget is about 35%, and the rest we raise from foundations, corporations, individuals, and a little bit of money comes from earned income from our mural tour program, and we wish it was more, and we're going to try to make it more. So the city's portion actually is a smaller percentage of our overall budget.
So you really do a good job of actually raising money on your own to keep the Mural Arts program going.
I thank you. I sometimes think I'm not very good at it, but we try really, really hard, yes. And we're big believers in leveraging. So I want taxpayers in this city to know for every dollar that finds its way to the Mural Arts program, we are like turning it on its head and leveraging it and stretching it as far as it can go.
So for every dollar you get from the city, you get $3 additional from outside somewhere.
That is more, actually. So our total budget's $6.5 million.
Okay.
So
my feeling is when you have a department, an organization that does so well and is able to leverage our dollars and really put on the work that you do, and people talk about it not only in Philadelphia but really throughout the country. And everywhere you go, people want to emulate what Philadelphia has as far as mural arts. So it would make more sense to increase the budget from the city perspective, and you'd be able to do even more work and more murals and put more artists out there that would be able to get jobs for. So, I mean, I just think it's a win-win. Sometimes in the city, you see what we do. We actually take money away from the people who do good things because they're doing such a good job. And if you're not doing a good job, we give you more money so you could mess it up. But I think this is a true example why we should actually add money to a budget and look for more things from mural arts instead of trying to make you squirm and jump up and down. You do a great job at it. But I really appreciate what you do. You do a great job throughout the city, great job in my district, and I want to thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. It means a lot.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hello, how are you, Jane?
Hi, how are you?
Good to see you. So just a couple of things I wanted to state, and just in hearing you talk about all the things that happen at Mural Arts Program, I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that Mural Arts runs a program at Graterford Prison. And I've been there with Jane, and I have to tell you, it was, quite an experience. You're not in some special room, you're not in, a waiting area, you're in with the inmate population, and it really did give me a very different perspective about, the incarceration situation that we have, and just the work that you're doing and that Mural Arts is doing to re-engage folks who have been removed from society for very good reasons, but their give back, they're still interested in giving back, and also their interest in trying to talk and talk to other young people about the mistakes they made that landed them in Graterford and how can they avoid that situation. So I just really wanted to give you kudos for that because, like I said, it really was an incredible experience. And I know that we've said that we were going to go again, and I'm so hopeful that after the budget hearings that we can go again because I think it's very, very important in terms of that work that's done.
Thank you.
Also, absolutely. And also I know that you all take a lot of criticism. And so whether it's from some art critic or someone else, out there in the universe who does not have an appreciation for the art that you do, I just wanted to, again, recognize and tell you to stand strong because I know that you have a lot of support on this council because we all recognize the work you do in transforming neighborhoods. This isn't about, just slapping some paint up on a wall. This is really about transforming and changing and the way people feel about the neighborhood they live in. If you make a space beautiful, people will feel that beauty in their neighborhood, in their community, and within themselves. So I just wanted to thank you for that as well.
Thank you. I really, really appreciate that.
Absolutely. So I just really wanted to speak, actually, Rebecca, if you were available to come forward, I had a question, and about our capital dollars, because in the past, one of the things that, knowing that the great work that Mural Arts does throughout our entire city, how they are internationally recognized, the most frustrating thing for me is that we have such difficulty using our capital dollars to do improvement projects in our district. Whether it's painting, overpasses or bridges or, things that could greatly transform a neighborhood. And I know we've had some discussion about this in the past before. It's very confusing. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. Mural Arts does work at a fraction of the cost of getting anyone else to do the work that we're asking to do. And so for us not to be able to use our capital dollars to beautify our districts, I think is a real hindrance.
Councilwoman? The capital dollars can only be used for capital eligible.
That's correct.
Okay. So it really would depend on what exactly Mural Arts was doing or how they were involved. If it's paint, like murals, and I love the work of Mural Arts, and I'm a big supporter.
Right.
But at the same time, it's a painting, and that's not capital eligible. But if I've had discussions.
But if it's an improvement
If it's
on a
an
city property.
If it's an improvement, when we had some initial discussion about this, I believe, but if it's an improvement, we'd be interested in talking about that and seeing what that could look like. Because if it's an improvement such as, there was some talk about Mural Arts making benches, or actually
We love making benches.
constructing things that could be possibly capital eligible, that is worth a discussion. So,
And even beyond the discussion, it would be very helpful if there was a written policy so that we don't have to, like every time I want to put a bench or, do something with the city, a trash can or, whatever it is, that we would be able to just have it defined in terms of what is eligible and what is not eligible, because it does seem like the policy is all over the place.
well, we have, and I'd be happy to send you the capital eligibility policy, and that is a written policy that clearly states what is and isn't. In terms of Mural Arts, I think historically it had been viewed as actually the murals, and only recently the conversation started about actually, Mural Arts could actually do construction, right, in some sort. So I think we would need to see some images and some concept of what that would look like, and then weigh also how we would maintain it, because it would probably be more expensive to maintain as a piece of artwork if it got damaged. But with all that said, we could definitely have that discussion as soon as we get some sort of images and information on it.
And we have a really great booklet we could share with you that we put together, because I think this is what, and Councilwoman, I really appreciate your comments about like how people look at our work, because that's why we called the PAFA exhibition Beyond the Paint, because who can stand and who could say something against working with young people in this city? There's a crisis in public education. The fact that we have thousands of kids creating beautiful things in public spaces and learning and graduating from high school and moving on to college, this is not just about painting on the wall. And for our reentry work, that's why we love the fact that they're building things and they're making things and they're doing benches and pots and they're fixing equipment. And like that to me, it's so great when individuals change and they take those skills and they change a physical place, because everyone wins then. So it's hugely exciting. And our projects now are really, they have so much more depth and breadth, and they become more complicated every year we do this, which is, sort of both intense and extremely inspiring. So I would be happy to share some new information.
That'd be great. And our office would like to be involved in writing the policy or involved in formulating the policy going forward, so that there's no confusion, because it does seem a little ambiguous. It seems as if, some folks have been able to get some things done, and then we ask to get the exact same things done, and we're told that we can't get those things done. And again, it just seems like it's all over the place. But we would like to sit down with you, and of course, and with Mural Arts, to make sure that there's a policy that's clear, that everybody is on board with, and that, we could better use our capital dollars to do these sorts of improvements, which are very low cost and have a huge impact.
I'd be happy to arrange a meeting and sit down with you.
That would be great.
And if there's any specific examples you could provide offline in terms
do.
of discrepancies, I would definitely like to know what they are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Brown is next.
Not understand you to say that you refer young people to the Art Institute?
Yes,
Okay.
to get in, we work with them. We work with, we try to get our kids in to art schools and or college or community college or trade school or the Culinary Institutes. They're really arranged, but we have found that the Art Institute is one, they seem to accept more of our kids than anyone else.
Okay. So I hope this has changed, and you may already know this, but the Art Institute was under scrutiny because they were accepting so many students and they were not state, whatever the academic educational, state certified or state accredited, if you will. And so, and students were going there and then leaving with heavy debt. So you may want to take a look at that, because if that is the case, then we're putting our young people in a place where they don't deserve to be.
Right, well, we have been also, another thing that we do is we raise scholarship money for our kids as well.
Okay.
So, yeah, every year, especially, we have, like, soon we're going to be having a major exhibition at the Crane. So we've been fundraising for scholarships, and then we'll give out probably 10 scholarships
Very good.
at the exhibition.
Very, very good.
But that's really a good point, and I will check into that.
Please check into
Yes.
that, because when I learned that, it was, students don't need that kind of debt.
Nope.
To
but
get
we're-
the debt and then
Yep,
find out that the
that's
school is
right.
not accredited. What's the relationship with Moore? I see that you have a relationship with PAFA, but what's the relationship with Moore?
Well, actually, that's great. I'm glad you brought that up. We just announced a formal partnership with Moore College of Art. So there's several things we're doing with them. One, they have set aside several scholarships for our young women artists. So
Very
we're
good.
really excited. And they're committed to helping them find the rest of the money and making it possible for them to go to Moore.
Very
So it's
good.
not just like a scholarship that's sort of meaningless because it's so expensive. It's not going to happen. The president of Moore has committed to helping our kids, which is a really big deal. The second thing is they are starting new graduate schools, and we're going to be the laboratory for the students coming into the graduate school. Because, it's one thing for students to study working in public spaces academically, but I always feel like for me, working at Anti-Graffiti was like getting 3 graduate degrees because it was the real deal.
Yes, it was.
It was such a privilege and an honor to be
Yes, it
able to
was.
do that work. And we want young people to understand what it means to go into to a community and co-create, to collaborate, to do your work with respect and really listen to what people want so you can be responsive in the best way possible. So we're hoping that there's nothing like this anywhere in the country and that students will be coming to Philadelphia to take part in these programs.
Well, I thank you always for acknowledging Philadelphia Anti-Graffiti Network and your roots, because too many of us either forget or don't know that it was Councilman Good's father who was responsible for Philadelphia Anti-Graffiti Network, and actually was the first board I ever served on, so I'm eternally grateful as well. Let's go now to storefronts. You're starting a new initiative on storefronts in neighborhoods, commercial corridors.
Yes, super excited about this. So here is a good example. So part of our portfolio with the Department of Behavioral Health is to work with refugee populations and deal with trauma and resilience and the issue of acclimation. So in South Philadelphia, we're working with the Burmese, the Nepali, and the Bhutanese community. And we thought, it's not enough to just do a mural. That just is not enough anymore. So we took over an empty storefront that was totally falling apart. I would love to take you down there. We turned it into a hub, and now we're offering everything from printmaking and mural making to cooking and sewing and dance. We found out there's a whole community of extraordinary weavers down there, so we're highlighting their work. We're selling their work. We've tapped into an entrepreneurial spirit. We're doing murals. We're cleaning graffiti. We're getting the lots cleaned up. We're partnering with Philly Rising. We're partnering, of course, with Tom Conway's group, and you start to see real change happening, and it's fantastic. And the murals are gorgeous and designed by the community, but that hub is become beloved, and no one wants to let it go, so we're on a mission to keep it. On Lancaster Avenue, we're going to be opening up a storefront there. We're working with the People's Emergency Center, and there what we're doing is artists, in exchange for getting time to do their work, they have to, so they get free space, they'll do their work, and in exchange they have to go do work that is socially meaningful to Mantua and Belmont, to those communities, and it will be curated, so we'll get fabulous work. A percentage of the artist slots will be set aside for artists from that zip code, so we're very cognizant of that. So it's
Keep
about
it local.
empowering artists, and so we have found that, and we learned this with Philly Painting, with Love Letter, that when you embed yourselves in a community and you offer a range of services, like your work has so much more power.
Sure it does. Sure it does. The bell has rung.
Sorry, I get so excited.
Um,
Keep talking.
To say the least. And what you're doing is exciting. So Councilman O is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to say anything because I don't know that it needs to be said, but I guess it does, and that is you do great work, and you know, you're leveraging so much, like an incredibly huge amount, 20,000 participants. You have a small staff, but you're, you know, and every time I hear you and every time we meet, you're talking about something new and innovative. You really know how to get the most out of everything, out of every nook and cranny of this city. And I think, you know, people should really give your program credit. I think a lot of the arts and artists and musicians that have come to Philadelphia, this whole innovative, creative economy thing we're going through, in large part, maybe not totally, but in large part was because of the mural arts program, all the visible art, the public art that we see, and all the engaging of artists, not just the ones who go to school, but also in our neighborhoods and, as you said, from our prisons and our schools. I in particularly really am looking forward to this 5 mile of redoing that whole, you know, Amtrak, 5 miles of beautiful colors and art. It is such in contrast to the impression people get when they take a train ride in Philadelphia, probably never getting off of the train, but now they will have a whole new impression of our city. I think it's so important for the branding and all those type of things you do. I think everybody on our council, I can't say I believe everyone on our council, I certainly, and I know that my colleagues here, support your program, and we love to see, you know, how you make a dollar really work. So thank you, and, you know, I'm glad you're excited
Thank you so
and
much.
encouraged.
And I do want to say about 200 cities around the country are in different phases of looking at our work, replicating it, and about a dozen cities internationally.
Good to be a forward-thinking city and a trailblazer. Thank you, Councilman. Chair now recognizes Councilman Browningham.
Yes. You've touched a number of different population constituencies. One group that unintentionally, I think, gets either left out or not thought about are children in foster care. And the stats for young people in foster care, when they age out, too many of them end up homeless, too few of them go on to college. So is there some, have you thought about interfacing with the Independence Achievability Center?
We work there. We have a program there. It's one of our sites.
Okay.
We love them.
Very good.
And the other thing I wanted to say, and Councilman, you mentioned this too, we have a new program called Journey to Home that's about the impact of homelessness on our kids. And we're partnering with the School of Public Health at Penn. And so we have researchers. We're providing services for the kids. We're working with the Attic and Covenant House and Achieving Independence Center. And there's another hub up on Lancaster Avenue, 42nd and Lancaster. And it's an amazing place. They just did a play last week, and it was so moving. And we've been able to move some kids out of shelter into more permanent housing. And we're also working with providers because they're learning what we know is that you can use art as a tool of advocacy to help tell your story cogently about the problem that exists. So we're making materials available to some of the people who are leading advocates in the field because it's such a great question you asked. It's a critical issue.
Yeah, that's a group of young people who, if you don't think about it intentionally, they get left out.
That's right. That's right. And we polled our kids, and 60% of our kids said they face housing insecurity. And yet it's an invisible issue that we want to make visible.
So my last question is, knowing the bleak picture that exists for arts in our schools, and we need to ask this of the school district as well, I'm curious to know what the number is of either art teachers or students who go through those elementary school years or those middle school years and have no interface with art at all. Because that picture then can drive what Moore and PAFA can do more of in terms of having their college students go into the schools and create an art experience for our young people attending not only the public schools but the charter schools as well, whom, from what my few visits tell me, are able to do a better job. So if you haven't thought about that, have a conversation with Dennis Creedon over at the school district and see what their assessment is for young people who never get a chance to taste any kind of art experience because the picture is so bleak.
That's a great question, and also I'll talk to my colleagues at the Greater Philadelphia Cultural Alliance, because I know this means a lot to them as well. And believe me, we are so ready. We would love to take this program to scale. I want to come back next year and tell you, now I can say we're serving 1,500 to 1,800 kids. I'd like to come back next year and say we're serving 3,000 kids, we're serving 5,000, we're serving 10,000 kids, because that's really what needs to happen. So that's why we're so on fire, to leverage resources, to work with our colleagues, to tap into all the great talent that's out there with our teaching artists. So please know that you have my commitment, so 100%.
Well, lastly, can you tell us the formula to clone you?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
I want to answer to that one. No, I don't see any other questions for this witness, but I just want to end on a thank you note. Our city is better because of you and your program, and we need to keep telling you that, but also showing you within our budget.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I really
you.
appreciate it.
Finally, procurement. Thank you for your patience all, and will you approach the witness table? Good afternoon. State your name for the record and please begin your testimony.
Could I have a couple seconds for two little items, of two laundry cleaning items, or whatever we want to call them?
As long as you say your name first.
My name is Hugh Ortman, Procurement Commissioner.
Okay.
The bad news is that I still use this device, as most of you know. Works pretty good most of the time, a little staticky today, but we'll get through it. It's plugged into these microphones, so if you can, I would certainly appreciate whatever help you might be able to give me there. Second thing is, you won't have to worry about this anymore, because I'll be retiring in the fall, and I won't need this, and you won't need me after that.
Councilman Good, he looked unusually happy, and I was wondering what was going on.
I wasn't. Good afternoon, Majority Leader Jones and members of City Council. I am Hugh Ortman, Commissioner of the Procurement Department. I am here to present for your consideration the Procurement Department's fiscal year 2015 budget request. With me today is Deputy Commissioner Trevor Day. The department is requesting a total appropriation for all funds of $4,712,000, of which $4,643,000 is in the general fund. The proposed FY14 general fund allocation represents no increase over the FY14 estimated obligations. $2,194,000 of the total budget request represents advertising expenses. The department has implemented a reverse auction pilot project in FY14. We have awarded one-year contracts to two separate firms to each conduct reverse auctions for commodity purchases while maintaining the competitive sealed bid process. To date, the reverse auctions for emergency HVAC parts and service projected estimated savings of 4.6%, and the reverse auction for bituminous materials projects estimated savings of 5.8%. A formal request for a proposal, RFP, is currently being developed to solicit a one-year contract with 3 one-year renewals for reverse auctioning services. Over the last several fiscal years, the department has had a significant number of employees enrolled in DROP, with another substantial number of employees who were retirement eligible. While we still maintain several retirement eligible employees, 17%, the department has successfully hired and trained 12 new employees over an 18-month period who replaced departing employees, amounting to 24% of our 52 budgeted positions. There are currently 48 employees in the department with 4 vacancies that we are working diligently to fill. One of the 48 employees in procurement, 79% are women and 21% are men. The ethnic demographics of the department are 56% Black African American, 38% Caucasian, 4% Hispanic, 2% Asian, and 2% classified as other. The executive team is comprised of 60% women and 40% men, 60% Caucasian, 20% black, and 20% Asian. Procurement and OEO continue to work together in an effort to reach and exceed the administration's goal of 30% participation. We send announcements for each bid opportunity to every MW and DSBE certified vendor registered with the procurement department, and we participate in various outreach events, including the Doing Business with the City workshop. The department itself awarded $44,376 in contracts, which includes maintenance contracts in FY13, and secured 13% OEO participation. In FY13, the SS&E division issued 236 bids, resulting in 410 contract awards, totaling just over $88 million. Also in FY13, 947 small order purchases under $30,000 were processed, totaling over $6.8 million. Currently, there are 22 active cooperative contracts with estimated contract value amounts of approximately $41 million and estimated cost savings of $2 million annually. Our capital program unit processed 122 bids and awarded 113 contracts worth almost $172 million. The capital program unit also awarded 2 new concession agreements on behalf of various city departments. Additionally, in FY13, the Special Services Unit collected almost $583,000 in revenue from the sale of scrap of obsolete or unserviceable property on behalf of various city departments. Mr. Leader, this concludes my testimony. Should any council member wish to engage in further discussion on any of these matters, my staff and I are happy to answer any questions you may have or meet with council members at their convenience.
It looks like only one has their mic queued up, but I want to get a couple of questions in because he traditionally spends a great deal of time on this department. Piggyback purchases with other entities, I asked that question last year, whether it's fuel, whether it's autos, whether it's other salt and other commodities. To what degree have we moved that concept forward, and has it saved us money?
By piggybacking, you're talking about just within the city? Or are you talking about piggybacking on state or other contracts around the nation?
Internal and external. So how much do we do with SEPTA?
With SEPTA?
Yeah, for example.
We don't actually, because of the difference in the procurement requirements of SEPTA versus procurement requirements of the city, there isn't too much interaction we can do with the two. The school district, we do have, they buy the gasoline off of our, or the fuel off of our contract, the one that the procurement department develops. Perhaps Trevor Day may be able to give you a little more information on that.
Yeah, I just don't understand what difference in procurement regs for salt or a commodity.
They're governed by a totally different set of regulations than we are.
Yeah, I understand that. But I'm sure if we put our lawyers and their lawyers in a room, that we probably could save some money if we could find common language.
Well, that's a big trick right there, sir. trying to get lawyers to agree on anything, and it just hasn't, these are programs that may be coming down the line. Right now, we don't really have anything within procurement.
Who do you have that kind of relationship with? You mentioned the school board.
I'm sorry, say it again.
You mentioned the school board. So under what commodities are you doing joint purchasing?
The main joint purchasing I'm familiar with is the fuel oil, gasoline. Okay. I know they have inquired with us about purchasing some vehicles and things like that. I don't know that that's ever progressed. Trevor, is that? No.
So I'm thinking police vehicles, they use the same standard issue model we do. Is that not correct?
The same standard issue models?
Of
vehicles?
For
basically, yes, but the specs are totally different for various reasons. We have police cars that need certain things that their police force doesn't need, vice versa, and it just hasn't transpired so far.
But you've looked into it?
I know we have looked into it over the years. There was a program, I'm going to say in 2008, called that was it was anticipated to be able to get, let's just say, the repair shops for OFM and for the city, the state rather, I'm sorry, the city school district together. Just the union laws themselves said it's not going to happen, because we'll never get this union and that union together to agree, at least not to my knowledge, to our knowledge, to agree on the certain different work rules that they have against what the city may have, things like that. It's just a number of things.
I would just think for issues like pencils, we all use that paper, we all use that, and if somebody's backing a truck up to a warehouse to pick it up, I don't know. I'll hold that question in abeyance and yield to Councilman Good.
Thank you.
Councilman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ortman, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, I have an information request for Ms. Reinhardt, if she can come to the table. It's procurement related.
I'm sorry, if you said something. Oh.
Good afternoon, Councilman.
I have a broad information request. I'll be asking each department this question individually, two set of questions. I need to know for the city in total what services we contract out that were previously performed by city workers. I want a list of all the services that we contract out.
When you say previously, like any time previously, like in the Rendell administration previously, or in this administration?
In the history of the city of Philadelphia.
In the history.
I want to know what services we contract
Okay.
out that were previously performed by city workers.
Okay.
I want to know whether the services are performed by private sector workers who are paid a living wage. I want to know whether which of those services are performed by companies that are owned by women and people of color. And I want to know which of those services are performed by companies that are located in Philadelphia. Okay?
Okay, that might take a little time to put together, but we will work
Well,
on
I'll
it.
be asking the question department by department as well.
Okay.
So as we
We'll get
go
it together.
along, hopefully we'll draw out some of that information, but that's a broad information request.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're not done, are you? Couple more questions. I'm disappointed. Can I ask you, which departments were awarded new concession agreements this year?
Trevor? First, I have to say we've just lost our head person in that department. She's now working in the integrity office, so we're trying to keep up on all the things that she did. She was excellent. You may know Stephanie Tipton, and we miss her dearly, and we're going to see what we can. Trevor's trying to catch up on all her duties and her knowledge. It's going to take some time.
So, I am Trevor Day, Deputy Procurement Commissioner. So this fiscal year being fiscal year 14, is that correct?
Yes.
So in fiscal year 14 to date, I believe we have only awarded 2 or 3 concession contracts.
And they are?
And one is I'm looking at a list, and I don't have that information.
You do know that this is the day you're supposed to have
One, Councilman, one of them was the Christmas Village.
Say it again.
One of them was the Christmas Village.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the other one may have been. I'd have to check on that. But we don't do that many concessions, but I know that was, I know one of them was the Christmas Village, and the other one I'm not exactly sure.
So are you responsible for the plaza outside City Hall?
No.
So that doesn't come under, that was not issued an RFP that came under your guideline?
For the Christmas Village or?
No, for the skating plaza?
No, that was not handled.
All right, okay.
No.
And you're going to get me the other concessions. On your reverse auction, do you donate equipment to, like, city nonprofits or things like that at the end of the day? If it cannot be redeemed for salvage in a way, do we often do furniture donations, computer equipment, outdated, things like that?
All right, reverse auctions and what you're talking about are two different things. We have reverse auctions for when we're trying to sell a commodity. You want to bid on how much the oil price, keep lowering your price, that's what we want you to do.
all right. So
Right, you mean,
my
you're
terminology-
talking about our, I know, I'm just gonna-
Surplus.
you're talking about our online auction sales.
Yes.
Okay, and we, city charter does not allow us to just donate property to some entity. Within the school system, within the city government, yes. We have something we can't sell, we can talk, we'll contact maybe the school district and say we have 100 computers. You know, can you use them? Either they can or they can't. If they don't, we have to put them up for some kind of scrap sale.
Well, that's fine, but is there a way for nonprofits that may want to participate in that sale to plug in?
Yes. I mean, we have a surplus disposal auction service, so any entity, whether it's a nonprofit or an individual, can bid on any of these items that we dispose of.
I'd like you to make that particular information contact person available to each member of council so they can in turn enlighten some of the nonprofits in the area. Give you an example. We're working with youth courts in the schools, and one of the things with the expansion of the new courtroom on, I think it's Arch Street, they're going to, a lot of that furniture they're not taking. They're going to get modular furniture, other things like that. And some of those benches, chairs, jury boxes are going to schools where they have mock courts. And so that kind of relationship I'd like to expand out to other worthwhile activities within the city of Philadelphia. So that information going to council persons might be helpful. Are there any other questions? Oh, Councilwoman Brown.
I too was a little disappointed that the Councilman Good's broad questioning was short. So let me first say that 14 years ago when I came here, I never saw any other women or people of color sitting at that table. So change is good, and I commend you for doing that. That's a very, very serious statement. For too long, we didn't have folks representing this department, and so to see that change has happened in a very, very good way is quite encouraging. What happens with regards to succession planning, given the number of folk you said are enrolled in the DROP program?
What is happening with it? We're constantly meeting with HR in order to try and fill the spots that we have, and we're trying to train the people that we already have in-house to do, like for me, if I'm going to be leaving, hopefully we'll leave somebody in-house. They're all getting trained to do it. Who's going to end up there? I can't speak for the mayor or for the managing director or the finance director on that.
So does that happen, or do you lead that effort, or is there some unit or entity within government that takes the responsibility to ensure a seamless transition when you have employees who are in DROP transitioning out?
Yeah. So the process that we've taken is we have a partnership with Human Resources, HR, and we identify critical positions that we know are retiring. And if they are a critical position, we try and hire ahead of time for a dual incumbency training period. A dual incumbency.
Dual incumbency.
Yeah, training
Okay.
period. And we've been successful in doing that a couple of times. And again, not every person that's retiring is a critical position. So we do replace them, as quickly as possible.
I see.
As close to their retirement. However, for the critical positions, we do have that plan in place to hire them ahead of time and
Okay.
train them.
Well, then that suggests that the earlier or initial tenets of the DROP program indeed are being revealed in a handsome way.
Yes.
Okay. In your testimony on page 6, you highlight challenges facing your department, specifically with regards to high turnover. Has procurement considered partnerships with, period? What do you do to simply address that reality?
I mean, I think it's along the lines of what we've done, which is, working with our human resources and identifying those critical positions to have dual incumbencies.
So that's related to the drop and not to anything else?
The majority of the turnover in our department has been related to retirements.
Okay. Let me seize the moment now to say thank you for working closely with my office on the Philly's first local bidding preference bill. We appreciated the work that needed to happen on that to make it real, so thank you for that. You report in your testimony that you awarded 2 one-year contracts for emergency HVAC parts. Can you tell us what does happen for unique skill sets like this? What's the protocol, if you will, for how your department goes out to seek potential bidders to fulfill this type of need?
I'll let Trevor get into that, but I think there's a slight misunderstanding. We did not award a one-year contract for that work. We awarded a one-year contract to two companies to put on the reverse auction for that work.
Uh-huh. Okay, so walk that through for me, because I didn't misread that.
Talk you through a reverse auction?
Yes.
Trevor?
So
He's my guru on that.
right. So a reverse auction is kind of like eBay, except in a reverse style. eBay, you're bidding up the prices, and you have multiple buyers. In a reverse auction, you have one buyer, which is the city of Philadelphia, and multiple providers. And so the providers are bidding down their pricing, so we get a more competitive pricing. And there are services or companies that provide this service, and we, as a pilot program, awarded 2 one-year contracts to do a pilot program to ensure that we, the city of Philadelphia, could actually run a reverse auction.
Is that a new practice or
Yes.
a new, what drove that new way of doing things?
It's been going on around the country for years, and we
Is
had to
that
get a city charter change in order to do it. If you recall, I think it was 3 years ago we changed the charter to get it, and then we had to put it into effect, which also takes some doing because of all the little idiosyncrasies of our rules and regulations.
I
It was
see.
fine.
Lastly, in your operating budget under professional services consulting agreements were made for consulting on civic initiatives. It moved from 30,000 to 65,000. Can you explain the jump? So I got that right. Just the increase?
Where is that?
Page 15 of the detail under your department. It has here civic initiatives. First, what is that? Is that a company, or is the name of a provider? It's the name of a provider.
Yeah, that is the name of a provider. That contract that we had with Civic Initiatives was in fiscal year 13, fiscal year 13.
Right.
We do not anticipate having that contract this fiscal year or next fiscal year.
Okay, even though,
It was a placeholder for it's basically, that $65,000 is funding that we use for professional services contracts that we deem that we need throughout the year. Yeah. So for fiscal year 15, which is what the budget's for, we are considering putting out an RFP for training and other procurement-related consulting services, because what we feel is that the city of Philadelphia does not operate in the same sort of best-of-breed procurement purchasing, and we wanted that contract in place to help advise us in how to best move forward.
and how to
Best move forward.
best move forward.
Yes.
Okay, so the commissioner's getting ready to retire, or your retire is a four-letter word. You're about to start another chapter, let's put it that way. And were you here last year, sir?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I guess that answers the subsequent questions.
Okay.
Okay, then, thank you very much. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you. I would only say that, thank you for your service. I know you'll miss us because we will miss you. And Are there any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, I just wanted to say Angela Dalberton's sitting there, and she looks so disappointed that Wilson Good left, Councilman Good left. I will only say for the record, thank you for meeting with a group of contractors today to explain the city's policy. We appreciate the outreach effort. And Alice Dungy James as well. Thank you. Seeing no other questions, this committee will stand at recess until Tuesday, April 1st at 10 a.m., at which time we will reconvene in room 400, City Hall. Thank you all.